Agenda. Yeah. Good evening. Follow his directions for those of you here. However, we do need to start the regular board meeting tonight on October 14th at 5 o'clock. This is going to be a short little session before we go into closed session. So what we need to do first is to establish a quorum. So I will go through the board members to confirm that everyone's here. Board member Knight.
Present.
Board member Vincent.
Present.
Good job, Dave. Board member Durney.
Present.
Board member Williams.
Here.
And board member Weller. We are all here. Excellent. So then this meeting is being webcast live and recorded. Thank you, Eric, and your team over there. The recording or webcast may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting. Item number 3, identify closed session items. So let me scroll down to that. So in closed session, we're going to be discussing public employee discipline, dismissals, releases, transfers, appointments, assignments, non-renewals, resignations under Government Code Section 54957. We're going to be discussing conference with labor negotiators, agency negotiators, John Peterson and Sharon Capolani. Did I get it right, Sharon? How'd I do? Capolani? Kerpolani. Got to get that Kerr. Okay, thank you. Also, conference with staff regarding current or pending litigation and arbitration proceedings, Government Code Section 54956.9. We're going to be discussing PE waivers, case numbers 210 through 239, and graduation waivers, case numbers 7 through 24. So unless there's any comments on closed session items, all right, we are going to adjourn till 5:30 when we get to do the graduation. Pretty exciting.
Yeah, there you go. Nice. Awesome.
Okay. That's fun.
So when you.
Another, right? Oh, we need to, how do I get, then it take a little bit of reading.
All right, good evening, everyone. We're going to call to order the October 14th regular session of the Escondido Union High School Board meeting. It's awesome to see the room full again. It shows that you guys care, you want to see a difference, so thank you so much for coming. We just had the summer graduates graduate, and it's always moving because they just worked extra hard to get it done this year, and so it's always an honor to help them and give them their diplomas. So we called for a quorum earlier by name, so we still have enough people here for a quorum, but I do want to check in with David Vincent, who's calling in remotely. David, can you hear me? David?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, great. I'm glad you're there. Great job, IT guys, for doing that. I'm going to introduce the interpreter. There will be a Spanish interpreter for this meeting. Attendees who would like to listen to the Spanish interpretation of the proceedings, please pick up headphones from the table located in the back of this room. This announcement will now be shared in Spanish. Hi. Hold on one second. Your mic's not working.
Is it working? Yes.
You're good now.
Buenas tardes, yo seré el intérprete de español de esta junta. Los asistentes que deseen escuchar la interpretación en español de las sesiones pueden utilizar los audífonos que se encuentran en la mesa ubicada atrás de la sala. Gracias.
Thank you. We are, so then this meeting is being webcast live and recorded. The recording or webcast may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting. I'm going to extend the welcome to our student board members, and they're going to read our mission and vision. So I want to first introduce Hana Ibrahim and also Nathan Bersamina. And please, whoever would like to do the mission and then the vision.
Our mission here at EUHSD is empowering every student to graduate prepared for college, career, and life through excellence and learning.
And our vision, we relentlessly pursue with optimism, equitable support for all students to navigate a changing world by providing rigorous and relevant learning experiences that strengthen their capacity as open-minded, invested collaborators, effective and thoughtful communicators, resourceful and creative problem solvers, curious and analytical critical thinkers, and informed and compassionate community members.
Thank you. How's the start of the year going for you guys? Doing good?
Too much going on.
We'll work on that. All right, we're now going to move on to the Pledge of Allegiance led by Board Member Durney. All right. So now we're going to do the inspirational student recognition by Mr. Jason Jacobs, principal of Escondido High School.
Thank you. Hello, it is with great pleasure I'm here tonight to represent Escondido High School in tonight's inspirational student segment. I would like to thank the EUHSD School Board and the EUHSD Cabinet for this opportunity tonight. I would also like to thank the staff, students, and community of Escondido for continuing to shine no matter the circumstances. Escondido High School is a unique place where everyone who enters its doors is considered family. The reason for this is our motto of loyal, strong, and true, which resonates in the community from generation to generation. Being loyal, strong, and true helps to create a pathway for our students, staff, and families as they carry out their daily routines here at AHS. Loyal is committed to working well with others. Strong is committed to the community, and true is having personal responsibility. The goal for every Cougar who leaves EHS is to have these attributes when they go on to their next stage of life. I am excited to introduce Isabella Voracek, who embodies our commitment to these attributes. Isabella has displayed true grit and determination because she has persevered at a time when the odds were against her. She turned a life-changing event into a true positive when many would have dropped out of school. You will understand what I'm talking about when you hear Isabella speak tonight. Isabella's work ethic is inspiring, and our community can take a look at her as an example of what can be done, even if there's a huge mountain to climb. We are so very proud of her and can't wait to see what she accomplishes in the next stages of her life. I will now turn it over to Ms. Maribel Esteban, her academic counselor, to say a few words about Isabella.
Hi, I'm here to present Isabella Voracek to you. She has been a student on my caseload for the last 4 years at Escondido High School. And throughout this time, I have witnessed Isabella's remarkable dedication to her education and personal growth, making her an inspirational student. Isabella has consistently demonstrated an unwavering commitment to meeting graduation and college admission requirements despite facing significant personal challenges. When confronted with the demanding responsibilities of parenting while pursuing her education, Isabella had to make several difficult but mature decisions. She's experienced many things that we wish no one ever experienced, especially a young person. What makes Isabella truly inspirational is her resilience in overcoming obstacles that would discourage many students. Balancing the responsibilities of parenthood with rigorous academic coursework requires exceptional time management, maturity, and determination, qualities that Isabella possesses. Her ability to maintain academic excellence while navigating these challenges and life-changing events speak volumes about her character and work ethic. In our independent study program, Isabella has thrived, demonstrating remarkable self-discipline and motivation. Not only has Isabella caught up with her credits, but is working ahead now and is on track to meet A through G requirements for admission to a four-year university. Isabella's journey has shaped her into a mature, focused individual with clear vision for her future. Her experiences have helped her develop problem-solving skills, emotional intelligence, and deep appreciation for education that will serve her well in college and beyond. Her ability to meet these challenges with a positive attitude demonstrates the kind of perseverance that will lead to continued success in her future endeavors.
Isabella Voracek.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to thank you all for being here tonight. My name is Isabella Voracek, and I'm a proud senior at Escondido High School. I'm truly honored and grateful for the opportunity to share my story, my journey of pain, strength, and transformation. I was born and raised in California. I've lived in Escondido my whole life. I come from a close-knit family, 2 brothers, 2 dogs, and parents who have always done everything that could guide me and love me. Growing up, I was your typical teenage girl, full of dreams, energy, and curiosity for the new world. When I entered high school, I was excited for that high school experience. Freshman year, I joined cheer, made friends, felt on top of the world. Like many young teens, I started to lose my way. I began hanging out with the wrong crowd. My parents and my oldest brother, Edwin, would always warn me to be careful about who I surrounded myself with. But the rebellious side of me thought they were just nagging, but I didn't truly listen. Soon, I was partying every weekend, neglecting my grades, breaking rules, and drifting away from the person I once was. And then, the beginning of my sophomore year, my entire life changed. It was the first week of school when I first started feeling sick. Not just a little sick, but the kind that leaves you weak and unable to eat. I lost my weight, couldn't keep food down, stopped going to school for nearly 2 weeks. My parents grew worried and took me to the doctor. After some blood work, they said I was just anemic. So I started taking pills, but that sickness did not stop. Every morning I was still throwing up. Eventually my doctor suggested a pregnancy test. A few days later, my dad picked me up from school and told me the doctor wanted to see us after hours. I'll never forget that moment. We sat in her office. She pulled me to the back room. She looked me in the eyes and said, "Isabella, you're pregnant. My heart dropped, my stomach turned. I couldn't breathe. Tears poured down my face as reality sat in. I was only 14, turning 15, and suddenly my whole world felt like it was crashing down. My dad stayed calm, at least for a little while. But once we got in the car, his emotions began to show. He kept asking me, "What are you going to do, Isabella?" And all I could say was, "I'll just get an abortion." I didn't know what else to say. When we got home, I locked myself in my room, cried myself to sleep. My brother June came in. He wrapped his arms around me and said softly, "It's going to be okay." Later that night, my parents came into my room. My dad asked me to tell my mom the truth. I could barely get the words out. "I'm pregnant. I'm sorry, Mom." She didn't yell. She didn't cry. She just looked at me and said, "It's okay, but you're going to have to grow up now because you're a mother." That year became the hardest year of my life. Every morning was a battle, physically, emotionally, and mentally. I argued with my dad almost every single day because I couldn't wake up or make it to school on time. I would cry in the car, but the moment I stepped onto the campus, I put a smile on my face. No one knew the truth behind that smile. The pain, the fear, exhaustion. To everyone else, I was just another student. But by my third trimester, my belly had grown and walking became difficult. I kept showing up. I still remember one morning when my feet were so swollen from walking across campus. I felt so sick that I had to run to the bathroom and throw up. I looked at myself in the mirror and thought, "How am I going to do this? I can't do this anymore." I did. In March 2024, I went on maternity leave. And on April 10th, I gave birth to my beautiful baby girl. The moment I saw her, everything, all the pain, all the struggle suddenly made sense. She was my purpose. She was the reason I wanted to become better. But life didn't get easier overnight. A month later, I experienced domestic violence from my baby's father. He was arrested and I was feeling scared and broken, unsure how to do it all alone. I fell into depression, but slowly I realized something powerful. I was doing it on my own. I was surviving. I was thriving. In time, I met someone who loves me and my daughter for who we are. And I learned that true love isn't about what you've been through, but how you rise from it. To my mom and dad, thank you for never giving up on me, and even when I was hard to love. To my brothers, thank you for being the best uncles, the strongest father figures for my daughter could ever have. To my boyfriend who has shown me unexceptional love to my daughter and I. And to Cal Safe, thank you for helping me carry the weight I couldn't bear alone. Thank you for taking care of my baby girl. Thank you for carrying the weight I couldn't bear alone. Thank you for taking care of everything that was on my shoulders, for giving me the chance to continue my education and pursue my dreams. Today, when I look at my daughter, her smile, her curiosity, her innocence, I see how far we've both come. Everything had happened, shaped me into the woman I am, the mother I am today. I truly believe everything happens for a reason. My journey wasn't easy. All those trials and tribulations I had gone through, it gave me strength, resilience, and purpose. I truly am thankful for this journey. After high school, I plan to get my real estate license to become a real estate agent, not just to build my future, but for my daughter. Thank you for listening to my story, for allowing me to share my truth, and for reminding me that even the darkest beginnings can lead to the brightest futures. Thank you.
All right, we have some certificates to give to you. Isabella, first let me say that that was probably the most moving speech that we've heard here. So I won't talk about it too much because Christy knows I cry. So thank you so much for that, really inspirational. And I'm so glad that you have a daughter. So great job. The first certificate is from Dane White, the mayor of Escondido. So when you need a favor, call that guy and he'll help you out. And the other one is the Escondido Union High School District Board of Education is honored to present the Inspirational Student Award to Isabella Voracek. Did I get that right?
Yes.
Good job. In recognition of your outstanding accomplishments, October 14th, 2025. Congratulations. Great job, everybody involved, and thank you, CalSafe. We're going to have to get a presentation from CalSafe, I think, at some point. That is an awesome story. All right, we're going to move to report of action taken in closed session by Board Member Knight.
Okay, thank you. Report of action taken in closed session for Tuesday, October 14th, 2025. In closed session on motion of Board Member Knight, second by Board Member Durney, the Board of Education voted to approve physical education waivers cases numbers 210 through 239 for the 2024-25 school year by a 5 aye, 0 nay, 0 absent, 0 abstain vote. And additionally, on motion by Board Member Williams, second by Board Member Knight, the Board of Education voted to approve graduation waivers cases numbers 7 through 24 for the 24-25 school year by a 5 aye, 0 nay, 0 absent, 0 abstain vote. And that would conclude the report from closed session. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Casas, if you don't mind, could you give a brief description on how and why we do graduation waivers, since we have such a large audience tonight? Maybe they're just something brief.
Yes, the short answer is that it's California law and it's for specific student groups, one of them being migrant ed, another one being for students that have been through our foster system, for example, or homeless youth. Other ones that have been through juvenile court system schools as well. So their credits are basically reduced to the state minimum, which is 180, not our 230.
Very good. Thank you so much for doing that. So the students have still had to work through all their credits, and it's just I asked that many times when I first got on the board. So thank you for updating the audience on that. All right, so then we're going to move to the approval of the board meeting minutes of September 9th, 2025. And I need a motion to approve the minutes in a second, please.
I move to approve the minutes.
I'll second that.
Tonight, we do have to go through roll call vote because David Vincent is absent, or not absent, sorry, he's remote. So we'll go through and then do I need to do student board members in this as well? Or, okay.
Wasn't there an addendum?
That's item G.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, you're good. I'm going to start this way and go this way to get the student board members kind of little idea what they're going to be saying yay or nay to. So board, sorry for my voice tonight, people. Board member Weller votes aye in favor of approving the minutes, and board member Williams.
Aye.
Board member Durney.
Aye.
Board member Vincent.
Aye.
Board member Knight.
Aye.
And then student board member Bersamina.
Aye.
And student board member Ibrahim.
Aye.
Very good, and that passes, so the minutes are approved. And then we need to approve the agenda, additions, deletions, or corrections. I know that we have some changes, but I need a motion to approve tonight's agenda.
I'll move to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
All right, and do I need to read that in?
I would like to draw your attention to one correction for item G8 on the addendum to initial proposal from ESTA to the high school district. There had been public content information that suggested we need to do a public hearing in November, but we do not, so that paragraph has been eliminated from the agenda item.
Okay, thank you very much. So we got do we get a motion in a second on that? Okay, all in favor? No, we got to do the roll call vote. So thanks for being patient. So board member Weller votes aye. Board member Williams.
Aye.
Board member Durney.
Aye.
Board member Vincent.
Aye.
Board member Knight.
Aye.
Student board member Bersamina.
Aye.
And student board member Ibrahim.
Aye.
Thank you all so much. That passes. So now we're going to also approve the consent calendar. All matters listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine or sufficiently supported by prior or accompanying reference materials and information as not to require additional discussion. A motion will enact all consent items, agenda items. There will be no separate discussion of these items prior to the time the Board of Trustees votes on the motion, unless members of the board, staff, or public request specific items to be discussed or moved from the consent calendar for separate action. The district administration recommended approval of the following consent calendar items: educational services, item F1, human resources G1, G2, G3, and G4, and business services 1H, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And so then can I get a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve tonight's consent calendar.
Thank you.
I second.
Thank you. We'll go down I'll start with the student board members this time. So all in favor say aye or nay. Student board member Ibrahim, how do you vote? Very good. And Bersamina, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. For elected board members now, board member Knight.
Aye.
Board member Vincent.
Aye.
Board member Durney.
Aye.
Board member Williams.
Aye.
And myself, I vote aye. So that passes for the consent calendar. So then let's see here. We're going to move on to section D, recognition and presentations, student and staff recognition by Superintendent John Peterson.
Good evening and thank you. First, I'll start with recognition of students from all of our school sites. Congratulations to the October Rising Stars, who will be formally recognized by the Greater Escondido Chamber of Commerce at the Rising Stars breakfast tomorrow morning. The 5 exceptional students will share their stories, plans for the future, and will have an opportunity to apply for a scholarship. Congratulations to Gerardo Valencia de Ramon from Del Lago Academy, Gabriela Medina Barragan from Escondido High School, Addison Brucey from Orange Glen High School, Guadalupe Aguiar from San Pascual High School, and Isabella Bryce from Valley High School. At Escondido High School, freshman student Ashton Cox competed at the 2025 Grand National and World Championship Morgan Horse Show in Oklahoma City last week. Young riders qualified to attend this prestigious show by successfully training and exhibiting their horses against hundreds of competitors at the local, state, and regional level from the US, Canada, and abroad. Each year, only a select group of riders qualify to participate. This is a wonderful competition and learning experience. What an honor for Ashton Cox. At Orange Glen High School, 11th grade student Noemi Melchor was recently selected as a winner in the Walsworth Publishing Photography Contest for San Diego and Imperial counties. Noemi's image depicted yearbook life. At San Pasqual High School, senior Nina Dutton was named a commended student in the 2026 National Merit Scholarship Program. Commended students placed among the top 50,000 students who entered the 2026 competition by taking the 2024 preliminary SAT National Merit Scholarship Qualifying Test. Congratulations, Nina. Now for staff recognitions. At Escondido High School, congratulations to Eric Freund, EHS math teacher, and his wife Kristen, who is an EHS alum, class of 1993, for being recognized as Inspirational Community Champion by the Escondido Chapter of the Salvation Army for their nonprofit organization, Hope on the Hard Road. We are proud of you. And from throughout the district, congratulations to our 2025 Lighthouse Award recipients. We're proud to recognize the following outstanding individuals who embody the spirit of leadership, dedication, and service that lights the way for our students and EUHSD family every day. School Counselor Lauren Dobbs from Del Lago Academy, Administrative Assistant Joanna Sanchez from the District Service Center, Clerk Gerardo Ochoa Arteaga from Escondido Adult School, Educator Jess McCutcheon and Principal Jason Jacobs from Escondido High School, School Counselor Rita Guerra from Orange Glen High School, educators Jennifer Franey and Tracy Greer from San Pasqual High School, and educator Travis Ratliff from Valley High School. Congratulations to all of our 2025 Lighthouse Award recipients. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Now is the fun time. We get to hear about all the details of what's going on in campus. So we'll start with Hana and Student Board Member Hana Ibrahim. If you could start first, please.
Of course. Good evening to members of the board and all of you here today. I'm excited to share the latest updates from Del Lago Academy, Orange Glen High School, and Valley High School. At Del Lago Academy, students had fun and a busy month. Seniors painted their parking spots on September 11th and September 12th, Club Rush on the 17th, which had great participation, and homecoming is in full swing. The theme was revealed on October 3rd, with the pep rally on the 22nd, the game on the 24th, and the dance on the 25th. DLA is also voting for their 9th grade class representatives. At Orange Glen High School, September is full of school spirit. Club Rush took place on the 12th, Spirit Week on the 15th and 18th, ending with a parade and a flag football game against San Pasqual. On October 2nd and 3rd, counselors hosted a college blast-off, which helps seniors with college applications. Definitely a help. Even inviting counselors from other schools to come help Orange Glen students. We also celebrate our athletes of the week, Jimena Gutierrez Arreola and Kevin Vega, who had been placing at the top 20 for cross-country meets. The PSAT for sophomores and juniors will be held on October 18th, and students are gearing up for homecoming rally on the 17th and the dance on the 25th. To close out the month, OG is planning a Halloween costume contest, senior night, and a trunk-or-treat celebration. At Valley High School, September is filled with community and school events. Students attended Job Shadow Day orientation, the San Diego food pantry visit, and a back-to-school night. The Grizzlies soccer team won 3-1 against Alta Vista on October 1st. Yay! And students also took field trips to a Padres game and to the Manufacturing Careers Expo. The school also hosted an ELAC and an FIT meetings. So ELAC are being the English Learner Advisory Committee for students of English learners, and FIT are Student Intervention Team, where students can talk about challenges they're facing. And ending the month, they had a movie night and a parent night to help seniors prepare for graduation and financial aid. And that's my month report. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Nathan?
Hello, Board of EUHSD. Thank you for showing up tonight. Once again, it is my pleasure to present you the recent events of the previous month. Tonight, I am here to report on the Escondido High School, San Pascual High School, and Escondido Adult School sites. At Escondido High School, our homecoming first 50 flash sale tradition began on September 12th with a successful turnout and an increasing buying rate from there on. The following Saturday, we held a senior parking session for around 9 hours, during which seniors who had purchased a parking spot were allowed to paint it. We also held a teacher appreciation night at our football game versus Torrey Pines on September 19th, and we won second place with a score of 38-7. Also on the 19th, we held our student sunrise that morning, which included a photo booth for our senior students. On the 24th, we celebrated our graduating class of 2026 by providing them with an extended lunch and activities to participate in on our football field, including a film photo booth, cup pong, cornhole, and other games. Last Friday, we yet again won second place in both our JV and varsity football games against Westview High, score of 16-17 for varsity. Some future activities include our senior night football game on the 17th of this month, as well as our homecoming spirit week from the 20th to the 24th, which will kick off our football game versus Ramona High School. We will also hold our second pep rally of the year, which will be themed after Coraline, along with our football game, student section, and our homecoming on Saturday, October 25th, which will be held at the Escondido Center for the Arts. We will also have our traditional Halloween costume contest on the 31st during lunch for students to compete for a prize. Over at San Pascual High School, a variety of sports such as volleyball, flag football, tennis, water polo, and football were all shown support by students who showed up for their sports nests. Since most of these sports don't usually have a large student section, each team was very appreciative of their ASB committee for coming and cheering them on. Their senior sunrise was hosted on September 12th, with more than half the senior class coming to celebrate their graduating year. San Pascual also had 2 spirit weeks from September 2nd to the 5th, as well as September 29th to October 3rd. Their club rush was also hosted on September 26th, showcasing all extracurricular programs for their students to get involved in, the first that they've had in recent years. Their homecoming pep rally was performed on October 3rd, with their actual homecoming on the following day of October 4th. At Escondido Adult School, they hosted their own back-to-school events on October 8th. This included a variety of activities such as students being able to meet teachers and staff, being taken on tours of the campus, winning prizes for games, and being provided with light refreshments and information about classes and programs offered at the adult school. This concludes my second report on Escondido High, San Pascual High, and Escondido Adult School. It's always a pleasure to report updates and insights from our campuses, and I'm looking forward to giving you my next report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. How much does a parking space go for?
I bought mine for about $30, $40.
Oh, that's a deal, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then you get the paint, and that adds up.
All right. So now we are going to pass this to Dr. Casas for the preliminary student achievement results. And this preliminary student achievement results presentation will review and highlight EUHSD's preliminary student achievement results for the 24-25 school year. Official results will become available upon publication of the California dashboard. Dr. Casas.
All right, thank you, President Weller. Okay, first time presenting from this one. It's kind of nice. All right. So before I begin, I want to draw your attention to the word preliminary there. The CASP results you will see and that will be shared did become official October 9th, but we still use the word preliminary because the other results that will be shared are still preliminary until the publication of the California dashboard, which happens in mid to late November. So CASP is official, but the other measures that will be shared are still preliminary in nature. That's why the title is still preliminary. Recall that CASP is just one out of 12 measures in the California dashboard. Okay, so just want to give brief context for that. Our current seniors are the students that took the CASP last year. So just to remind the board, the juniors in our school district are the only ones that take the CASP. 9th graders don't take it, 10th, nor does 12th. However, 2 years ago, we did implement formative assessments in our school district for students to have some sort of CASP-like practice environment at least 3 times a year. So when this current senior class was in 9th grade, there was no district formative assessment. They started that process in 10th grade, and then they had 3 CASP practice tests before their actual CASP last year. So that's what this table shows, and they're currently seniors. Brief reminder that in 1920, there was no test. Schools were shut down. In 2021, not applicable, or it was a hold harmless year because the assessment was voluntary, and so was school attendance, if you recall. Okay. And in 21-22, though, you'll see our results culminating with 24-25. We're at 55.4% ELA and 20.68 for math. When you compare our results from 24-25 to 21-22 in ELA, there's been a 12% increase. And when you compare our math scores from 24-25 to 21-22, there's been a 6.5% increase. Keep in mind, this is district-wide. And I will share the school breakdown and show their progress as well. You do have a printout in front of you that shows the 3-year difference by school site. And we'll get to that in a second. And if we could project the document there, I'll review some highlights. We can maybe zoom in a little bit. Be great. Start with Escondido High School. And again, each school site, just like we did last year, will be sharing a little bit more detail and disaggregated data, okay, on a monthly basis. So Escondido High School, when you compare their 24-25 ELA scores to 21-22, has had a 14% increase. And when you compare their 24-25 math scores to their 21-22, has had a 6% increase. When you look at San Pasqual High School and you compare their ELA scores from 3 years ago, they've had a 14.6 increase in ELA, and in math, a 6.4% increase. Del Lago High School, Del Lago Academy, when you compare their 24-25 ELA, they've increased by 3.3. And when you compare their 24-25 through 21-22 math, they've had a 5.6% increase. Orange Glen High School, when you compare last year's scores to 21-22 in ELA, has had a 19.7 increase, and in mathematics, 10.2%. I'll share some other highlights here. If we could scroll down to the table that shows the 24-25 scores for the state of California and county averages, please. Yeah, right, that one. Very good. Okay, I'm just going to share some highlights here. All comprehensive sites, with the exception of Orange Glen High School, exceed the San Diego and California average in ELA. So you'll notice that Del Lago Academy's ELA score was 73.1 compared to the California average of 56, and San Diego 50%. 65% for San Pasqual exceeds California and San Diego average, and Escondido High School meets the San Diego average and exceeds the California average. So all of our high schools, with the exception of Orange Glen, are above the local and the state average in an ELA. I'm going to share that. Please note that Del Lago Academy now exceeds the state average in math for 11th graders, and Orange Glen doubled its performance in math and is almost equal to Escondido High School. And then the math pass rate is now equal to pre-pandemic levels of 20%. So if you can scroll up the table there, it shows EUHSD. The last time we had pre-pandemic scores, there you'll see our math met or exceeded was 20% in 18-19. We are now at that level as well. Okay, by no means where we want to be, but progressing. Another point that I'll share, and this is probably a big point, EUHSD students who were enrolled in a grade level math class their junior year during their testing year had a pass rate of met or exceeded standards of 39%, okay, which exceeds all local and state averages. I want you to note that only 68% of EUHSD juniors were enrolled in a grade level math class last year. So 32% were not, and they took the CASP without being in a math class. We expect this to change due to the board's amendment of the EOHSD grad requirements to include 3 years of math. And to sell the point even more, if you could scroll down to the table where it shows 24-25, Del Lago Academy has a single pathway. All of their juniors, 100% of their juniors, were in Math 3 last year, and look at their math achievement, 34%, which is higher than the California average and right at the San Diego average. So, needless to say, we do expect a big jump when all of our 100% of our students are in a third year of math. Needless to say, we're still progressing. I'll go back to the slide deck and show the other measures. That's just CASP.
Can I ask a quick question about CASP?
Of course.
Valley High School's 11th grade students take the CASP?
They do. Depending on when they left Valley, they might be counted to the comp site. And that's why it's complicated to share that. California law changed, I think, in 17-18 because there was some malpractice happening that schools were getting rid of kids before the CASP to not count. Yeah. Right. And so that's why most of the scores are included, whatever comp site they attended to. Okay. Moving on.
Dr. Cass?
Can I go back here? 1 second. Yes, Dr. Brinson, go ahead.
Yes, I just got a quick question. What do you contribute that those great numbers to? What do you see that's happening to our students and teachers? What has transformed those numbers into where we're at today?
I think first and foremost, you got to attribute it to the teachers in the classroom. They're the ones that see the kids every single day more than anyone else. But it is a collective effort. Everyone has an impact, from the person greeting the students in the front with a security guard or a staff member to our classified staff to make sure our kids are fed. There's no single bullet in education that you can say it's because of this. It's truly a collective effort that begins with improving teaching and learning. But everything has an impact, from our co-curriculars to our extracurriculars, to our counselors, to our administrators. So I'd like to say that there's one thing, but no, and then I'll give a shout out to our ed services team and professional learning. We'd like to say that maybe that was a little part of it as well, but we did a significant shift in outsourcing our professional learning. We said, who can we better learn from than our own talent and our own teachers? And so our studio model and our Octave learning, I think, has had a nice, profound effect on that as well. But like I said, it's a collective effort.
Yeah, it sounds like it's a great team effort, and you guys are doing a phenomenal job. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Can I ask one more point of clarification? Because you did point out the DLA students are all on the same track, and every junior is in a math class.
Correct.
Can I also clarify, DLA has a different school schedule than the other schools?
They do.
Could you comment on that?
They do. They have a modified 4x4, which allows them to take, by the time they're done, a total of more classes than our regular comp sites that have semester schedules.
Okay, so that, just for a point of clarification, I've been reading research as districts are looking at a 4x4 model that can improve math scores as well as allow for more classes to be taken during their years in high school. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And to summarize, on 4x4, they're going to be in math more days a week than they're currently?
It depends on which model, but most of the models of 4x4 allow students to be in more math during a certain time of the quarter or of the term, depending on which model you look at. Yeah.
And one quick shout out, getting the parents involved. The #1 success rate relates to parents. And so I just want to let the parents at home watching or that are here that you guys make the biggest difference on your students' performance.
Yes.
Dr. Casas, just to kind of dig just a little bit deeper into the numbers here, as you would probably expect from me.
Of course.
Obviously the bulk of the growth that we've seen came from Orange Glen and DLA, right? So we see drops year over year for Escondido High and San Pasqual, but significant growth for the other ones. I know for Del Lago, there's been, we'll say, some transition with the teachers, and I think they've really got some consistency, which is what would you say that was probably a major help there?
I think there's two things. Comparatively with the demographics that we have, Del Lago continues to be one of the highest achieving, not just in the county, but in the state. But also, there's an argument to say when you're performing well, it's kind of hard to stay up there. And they've been consistent, and they finally last year had some growth, but they've kind of like been stagnant for the past 3 or 4 years with some growth last year. They did have a lot of turnover for family reasons, for work reasons of spouses that they had, like, I think 3/4 of their math department moved from the site. So that could be a reason why, but generally they're still doing well, and we're happy with their growth last year.
And so after,
Sorry, go ahead.
sorry, I would say after you've received these numbers, what do you think of them, right? And I know you're proud of them, as you should be, right? But what do you look to next?
We're going to get that into a slide for the improvement plan.
Fair enough.
If I could get to that.
I'll
Yeah,
let you do
I
that.
think, yeah. Any other questions,
I just
Dr.
have
Vincent?
one. Yeah, I just have one question in that.
Yes.
Do you find it very difficult to recruit math teachers? Are they a specialty when it comes to hiring math teachers?
It
Or
varies
should I
year-
say, or a rarity, should I say?
It varies year by year. Sometimes there's a deep pool, sometimes there isn't. But generally, math teachers have their choice of what district to go because they're in high demand. But I think HR and our school principals have done a pretty nice job lately of hiring some good ones.
Good job. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. AP pass rate, we're pretty proud of this. You'll notice here in 24-25, it's 54%. It's the highest it's ever been for our district. And you might say, well, maybe that's because less kids took it. Nope. In 22-23, this board took action and paid for every single kid's AP exam, which is a pretty unique thing. I think the other district that does this is at Linwood in the LA area. So with more kids even taking the AP exam, we've had a higher pass rate. And so we should be really proud of that, 54%. Move on. State seal of biliteracy. You'll notice also we had a good increase here to 19.1%. And they have to show proficiency in English and in another world language by passing an AP exam in that world language, or 4 years of that world language, or 600 or better in the SAT2, or a passing grade in the IB exam, which we don't have. So it'd be one of those other three. Okay. Our dropout rate decreased from 10.1 to 7.5, so we're proud of that as well, retaining more students. And then our graduation rate went up by a little bit, by 0.6%, but I'll tell you why we're really proud of that. It's the first year since 21-22 that we did not have the pandemic waivers, if you recall, which lowered the credit attainment from 230 to 180. So we did away with the waivers and we still increased our graduation rate. So we're pretty proud of that. And this one's a big one. Our A through G rate is now at 52.39%, which is, again, the highest it's ever been in our district, even before pre-pandemic levels. And as a reminder, this is meeting the minimum admission requirements for the Cal State University program and or the UC program. So this is a big win for us as well and our students in our community. So we should be proud of that as well.
As we advance CTE in the district, it'll be interesting to have a separate metric seeing how many went on in a CTE effort as opposed to age
yes,
only.
And when the dashboard's published, we'll have that as well. That's one of the measures that is looked at as well. Improvement plan for ELA, we have a short-term one. We've talked about it that we implemented 2 years ago, the starting of just simply practicing in a CASP-like environment. We've used Renaissance for ELA. We're shifting to something different in math this year, but I'll get to that when we get to the math portion of it. So we think just simply practicing in a CASP-like environment 3 times a year has a significant progress. You wouldn't send out, your thespian group without rehearsal, right? And so we just view that sort of as rehearsal, and can we get students accustomed to that testing environment 3 times a year, every year by the time they're juniors. Number 2, adaptive PLC goals. That's professional learning communities. Those are teams of teachers that get together weekly to discuss student learning and student achievement and instructional practice to adjust to the areas where students need growth in. Number 3, continue our studio work, professional learning in the arc of learning, and progress monitoring of change ideas. Number 4, the calibration of the MTSS model, that stands for multi-tiered systems of support. or intervention practices. We have a lot of great intervention TOSAs at the site level. We've been working with our site principals and assistant principals to make sure we're calibrating those practices and learning from each other. Historically, those practices of those great intervention TOSAs have been sort of fragmented and not shared. And so we're trying to really calibrate those practices together. The long-term plan is explore common approaches to literacy and writing across all content areas. You might hear CER, claim evidence reasoning, as an approach to writing prose and essays or to evaluating evidence. That has been used commonly at our sites, but it's not like officially district adopted approach, if you will. So we'll work that in the long term. Number 2, increase the number of students enrolled in AP English Literature, AP English Language, and or dual enrollment junior college courses. Just the more rigor that we're promoting, the better our students will do. I'll shift over to math. Our math improvement plan is very similar to our ELA one, with the exception of the short term number 5 there. You'll see regularly refine and improve the math improvement plan with the board subcommittee. We just had our first meeting, and we'll have another one in December where we look forward to inviting the elementary district to help us with that as well. And in the long term here, explore ways to increase student acceleration in higher math courses, exploring of different schedules perhaps. Of course, that would have to be bargained with our labor partners if we did that. And number 2, increase the number of students enrolled in Math 4, Data Science, AP Stats, and AP Calculus. Number 3, provide support for the class of 2028 to meet the 3rd year math requirement. We just don't want to throw everyone in Math 3 without any sort of support. And number 4, establish a collaborative working relationship with the elementary district to improve 9th grade entry level achievement.
Thank you for adding number 4 for sure. And for those at the elementary district that are watching online, we're looking forward to working closely with you.
Yes. And finally here we have just a reminder that the dashboard release date is set for late November, and usually we bring those results to the board in January with our LCAP mid-year progress report. Any other questions?
I have a quick one.
Yes.
Why does it take the state so long to get through this since everything's digitized? Serious. I'm like, it's.
Yeah, I think, you know, if you ask the data management folks at every site or at every school district, there's cleanup to do with the data because, as I mentioned to board member Christy Knight, sometimes students and families move throughout the year, and accounting for whose score that should count with is sometimes a little more complicated than we would think. So they want to make sure that data is super clean before they say these are the results, generally speaking. And I think that's maybe a simple answer, but maybe it's more complicated than that. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Casas. Again, another great presentation. Appreciate your sharing the positive news to us.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Dr. Casas. David, I feel like we should have a curtain here. You sound like the voice of the Wizard of Oz behind the curtain. All right, so now we come to the public comments section, and I'm going to first on the agenda here is the report from the California School Employees Association, Escondido Chapter number 219. Do we have anybody that's looking to speak from them on this non-agendized topic? All right. I just want to make sure you're not asleep on the wall back there, Mike, because I know you're here to talk. We also have a report from the Escondido Secondary Teachers Association. Is there anybody here for that? Oh, there's Joe. Either one.
You can sit there or stand at the podium.
Thank you very much. All right, my name is Jojo Armeni. I am the Escondido Secondary Teachers Association's negotiations chair and have been since 2015. Currently, this is on wheels. Our unit is without a contract, and we go through this yearly for various reasons, but we go through being without a contract yearly, and I'm here to discuss negotiations this year. I did create quite a nifty PowerPoint, but I'm told public comment isn't allowed to use them. I did email it to you folks. You should have copies of my PowerPoint presentation. I'm sorry I wasn't able to make them for an extra 150 people. Not being aware you'd be here. And the district doesn't like me to run up the copies that much. It is a pleasure to see so many citizens of Escondido and fine students here. Having raised my two kids here and having had them go through Escondido High School and graduate, I'm proud to see that. It also reminds me to never take district claims of declining enrollment seriously. Because look at all these fine students and parents and community members right here going to school at district-funded schools. Pretty impressive. Let's see. So if you do have the PowerPoint presentation, at least the slides that I copied for you, you can follow along. My speech kind of goes along with them, but I'm here to discuss what a school district's budget is, exactly what it means to a community such as this, and what our district's budget is like. A school district's budget is more than numbers. It's a record of a district's past decisions and a spending plans for its future. It shows a district's priorities. A school district's budget is important because it acts as a roadmap for how the district will allocate its funds to achieve its educational goals, essentially translating its mission and priorities into tangible programs and funding, such as Dr. Casas was just reviewing with us. Most importantly, the district's budget provides transparency to the community about where their tax dollars are being spent. By outlining spending plans, the budget provides a clear picture of how funds are being used and allows community and members and stakeholders to hold the district accountable for its financial decisions. In the Escondido Union High School District, the process of budget preparation and implementation is traditionally designed to pad already bloated district reserves at the expense of this community's students, families, and the teachers that serve them. Thus, the Escondido Union High School District budget and LCAP continually fall far short of stakeholder-determined goals and this district's promises to this community. The Escondido Union High School District's budgetary practices for decades, and this is my third decade in this school district, have been purposely and strategically inflate proposed spending on budgetary items. Secondly, present the inflated budget complete with promises of enhanced programs and resources in order to gain stakeholder approval. Third, proceed to implement practices designed to spend decidedly less on said programs, resources, and budgetary items. Due to this deceptive practice, the community served by Escondido Union High School District, as well as the teachers employed by the EUHSD, have been shortchanged for decades and will continue to be until the district is forced to spend down its reserves, budget in an honest fashion, and follow through on its promises to the community by spending money as stated. Next in the presentation is a map to show you our bordering school districts, if you were looking at it. And to our north, well, first of all, the Escondido Union High School District has under 7,000 students. Again, we're constantly told our enrollment is declining. There are 6 schools in the district and we have $48 million in reserves. $48 million in reserves. Let's compare that to 2 neighboring school districts, both of whom are unified school districts and much larger than ours. Bordering on our northwest is the San Marcos Unified High School District. It has 20,000 students, 3 times the amount we do. 19 schools and 35 million in reserves. 13 million less than us. The Poway Unified School District, bordering on our southeast, has 35,000 students, 41 schools, and has the equal amount of reserves, 48 million, as this 6-school district. Absurd. Why? In the Poway and San Marcos Unified School Districts, the budgets are heavily scrutinized by multitudes of stakeholders, as is district spending. School board members in these our neighboring districts are held accountable by the stakeholders, their constituents, and expected to spend the district revenues, their tax dollars, as they promised they would in their LCAP reports. These school board members often cite fiduciary responsibility as a key factor in school board decision making. In the Escondido Union High School District during this decade alone, the district has annually projected the unrestricted ending balance of our funds at an average of $6.25 million under each year's actual unrestricted ending balance. In other words, in 21-22, our district projected the ending balance to be over 22 million. Actually, it was over 28 million after all the programs they promised were not paid for, and that money was swept into reserves. The following year, the district projected $27 million approximately, and the actual ending budget was 35 million. Same practices. I've been negotiating that for 10 years with them, same practices. In 23-24, projected budget 40 million. 40 million, gosh, in 21-22, it was 22 million reserves. 2 years later, it's up to 40, and the actual budget was actually 43 million. And then in 24-25, we were projected at a $36 million budget, and again, at 43 million. Putting that in a nutshell, the Escondido Union High School District's reserves have increased by $15 million since the 21-22 school year. Since I've been bargaining chair, Es's negotiations team has proven to be terrible poker players. I show my cards to the district yearly, and I'm doing so now. Why? ESTA believes in presenting a reasonable offer. We never want to be seen as irrational. If you actually look at our proposals over the years, ESTA traditionally expects COLA, the cost of living adjustment, and the increased cost of insurance and ongoing money. This year, that equates to 3.5% in ongoing money, 2.3 for COLA, 1.2 for the increase in the cost of our spiraling benefits, spiraling upwards. ESTA also would like a raise. We never ask for anything but a fair amount. This year, and I heard the phrase recruit and retain mentioned, check Article 8, which is salaries, D, which says recruit and retain. In the ESTA proposal that the district has now completely struck out twice, hasn't even responded to, refuses to, we are asking for payment from the EUHSD reserves pot that is currently and continually overflowing in the form of one-time money. Our ask, carefully calculated, would cost the district the least and do the most good for the most people. As St. Stephen said, one person gathers what another person spills. We'll take that spillage. Based on the district numbers, the projected cost of the salary schedule compression for this year would be a little over $1 million. 652,000, almost 653, of which was already dedicated for step increase for this year. So it's already money. It's already paid for. It's already there. It's already budgeted. That would leave $491,000, which is less than the EUHSD calculation of 1% and could be paid for by the bloated $48 million reserves. When analyzing San Diego County as a whole, ES's teachers should be treated equally by the Escondido Union High School District when compared to the two other units in the EUHSD workforce, administrators and classified employees. The chart next shows that the certificated bargaining unit salaries here, that's teachers, the percent of the total outgo is a little under 33%, which sets us, our certificated staff are about third in comparable San Diego County high school districts. Not bad, except when compared to our administrators, who are number one compared to other districts in the county that are comparable to the high school districts, and to our classified staff, who is also number one when compared to those same comparable districts. These are not ESTA's numbers. These are not CTA's numbers. These are the district's numbers that I've simply put in this form and fed back to you. Regardless of how or to whom we compare, EUHSD's reserves are a glaring representation of this school board's compact with the community of Escondido and all stakeholders involved. Truth be told, ESSA has very little control over the bargaining process. It's up to the district and this school board to determine how long these negotiations will take. Make no mistake, we can be bought. Our price has been openly discussed during this presentation. Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to public comment, section E, item number 3. Comments from the public on a non-agendized topic that lies within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. General public comment on any school-related topic not on the agenda may be heard at this time. If you have public comment on an item listed on tonight's agenda, there will be an opportunity for you to share your comments at that time the item comes up for discussion by the board. Pursuant to board policy, the board will limit individual comments for the general public to no more than 3 minutes. However, I'm a softie and you can go over. The individual topics to 20 minutes. To comply with the Brown Act, California's open public meeting law, board discussion is limited to items on the agenda. Therefore, when receiving public comment for items not on the agenda, the board's role is limited to receiving such comments, and the board may not engage in dialogue with the public. The board thanks the public for its participation in public comment and understanding of the board's responsibilities. It is recommended that you begin your comments by stating your name. Okay. We've got speaker cards. If you have not filled out a speaker card, you do want to speak, please fill out a speaker card so we have a record. The first speaker we're going to call is Dr. Joe Muga.
Get that wrong again, Bella. It's Muga.
Muga.
Muga. Yeah.
Wrong you.
Muga, like a cow. Muga. Okay?
Okay, I may have to remember that. So
okay.
Thank you.
I have some prepared remarks this time. My name is Dr. Joe Muga. I have been a resident of the Escondido community for 26 years. My wife graduated from Escondido High School class of a long time ago. My daughter graduated from Del Lago Academy class of 2021. I am here tonight to make public comment on proposed changes to the organization of the school board. I have personal knowledge of this topic, having been a past member of the Escondido Union School District.
Can you hold on one quick second? What?
Because I was asked to do that, to be here, to do it now.
Oh, I thought we had to speak when it's on an agendized item. Oh, right. There you go. Thank you for just wanting to keep order.
Okay, now I got to start all over again, Bob.
That's okay. You get 3 minutes.
Jeez. Let me see where I was at. Okay. I have personal knowledge of this topic, having been a past member of the Escondido Union School District School Board. I served as a member at large, the clerk of the board, and also as the president of the board. At that time, board policy of the elementary school district was for board members to elect board officers on an annual basis. The high school board has had the policy to rotate officer positions rather than elect the officers. My experience is that the rotation policy benefits the district, students, and community better than the elected policy. I do believe that a new member of the board should not be president until after completed a full year of service in order just to learn the ropes. However, after that 1 year period, any member of the board would have the skills to serve as president of the board. There are many variables which come into play with the electing policy. Most of the variables are personal, subjective, and inappropriate in nature. If all board members are given an equal opportunity to serve as president with the rotational policy, these personal, subjective, and otherwise inappropriate variables are taken out of the equation. The argument that who the president of the board is doesn't matter because at the board meetings all members have the same power of the one vote is blatantly false. The board president is privy to much more information in all district matters and has a much closer relationship with the superintendent regarding district matters. The president of the board also has more say on developing the board agenda. and prior knowledge of the agenda before other board members. The control of the board meetings are also in control of the president. In conclusion, the rotation of board officers is a far superior policy because it is more objective and fair. The high school board has had the policy, the current policy for many years. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much. All right, the next speaker will be Janice Warner. And thank you all for being kind and respectful in your comments and your tone. We definitely want to make sure we continue with that as we saw in months prior.
Actually here to follow up on some comments I made last month that I just wanted to expand on. So, and I've written it down this time so I can get everything said. If an unhappy woman goes to a plastic surgeon and has a procedure done that has an excellent result, in a few weeks or a few months, she will still be an unhappy woman. External changes do not bring internal peace. Internal peace comes when we have peace with God. God gave us the 10 Commandments to point out to us that we need them. And if we understand what the the 10 Commandments require, and we're honest, we realize that we can't keep them. What are sins? Not living up to the standards that most people agree are good things. What is to be done to make amends, to make things right, to address guilt, to bring justice? The solution for humanity came when God, our Creator, sent his Son to earth to pay for our sins. This is what Jesus did on the cross. He gave his life. No one took it from him. His time on earth was his mission to provide us with the way to everlasting life. How does one accept the gift of life that Jesus paid for? God says everyone who calls on the name of the Lord will be saved. For example, if you are on a plane that is going down, call on Jesus. To expand on this, God says if you confess with your mouth that Jesus is Lord and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, you will be saved. In other words, you are acknowledging that Jesus is not dead. You're acknowledging that he's alive, that he's God, and he can save you. When you accept Jesus as your Savior, your name is written in the Lamb's Book of Life, and this entitles you to go to heaven. To have an abundant life while you are alive on earth and the qualities you're craving requires developing a relationship with God. To do this, you must read his words found in the Old and New Testaments, talk with God by prayer, and have friendships with people who have also found the way. The New Testament was written by people who knew Jesus before he died and were with him after he was resurrected. These holy documents, inspired by God, provide guidance in all things. As we walk with Jesus, he helps us live full lives, and he gradually changes us into a better version of ourselves. Not perfect, but experiencing love, joy, peace, self-control, goodness, the things we really want and need to be whole.
Thank you, Janice. Next speaker is Jessica Young.
A good teacher never takes the mouse. That's the mantra that was instilled in me by my high school journalism teacher. When Mrs. Bartlett could tell that our experienced staffers were reaching the ends of our patience with our cub reporters and were ready to snatch the mouse out of their hands and just do things for them, place a headline, fix a caption, crop a photo, she'd remind us that a good teacher isn't the one who does everything. A good teacher sets an example. A good leader sets an example. A good leader supports, and a good leader guides. I learned many things in Mrs. Bartlett's classroom. I learned about leads and headlines and decks, but most importantly, I learned that leadership isn't about control. I learned that leadership means taking a step back and letting others learn how to lead. I learned that being a leader means making sure that all the voices in the room are heard and respected. And tonight, I want to remind each of you board members of the enormous responsibility that you bear. You've been elected into these positions of leadership by your community. Your role is to set an example for our students. Your role is to show our students what leadership should look like. Board members, how have you modeled leadership for our students? President Weller, last month, you tried to tell us that this was your meeting and that we should be grateful to be included. That's not leadership, that's tyranny. You're here to serve this community, not the other way around. Your actions during your tenure have demonstrated your disregard for the importance of your position, trying to remove books from our libraries, prevent diverse curriculum from reaching our students, and attempting to silence members of our community that you disagree with. In my classroom, we call that bullying, and it's not allowed. Ms. Durney, like many of us have acknowledged, we've not always seen eye to eye when it comes to our politics or the negotiations process. I will commend you for your bravery and the example you are setting for our students, that being your true, authentic self is the most important thing at the end of the day, no matter what the people around you think. And as your time on this board continues, I want to encourage you to think about who showed up for you and who advocated for you when those who sit alongside you stayed silent. Mr. Vincent, the nebulous person in the room, 2 months ago, you championed a model for our schools that would establish what you called trade schools. Last month, as you pontificated on this vision, you essentially described exactly what is already happening in our classrooms. We already provide pathways and avenues for our students to gain certificates and valuable work-based learning in our CTE programs. Yet, this board has also been party in undermining these very programs and allowing school sites to dismantle them. The outspoken students from the Ag Department at San Pasqual who spoke last month are proof enough of this. Ms. Knight, last month you told us not to mistake your silence for compliance. You wanted to remind us that as board members, you have to sit and get during these periods of public comment and that you can't react. But I will remind you, Ms. Knight, that you have the opportunity to address the things that occur during this meeting at its conclusion or in subsequent meetings. You've had every opportunity to stop being silent and stand up for what is right, but you haven't. You've just given us excuses.
Jessica, are you going to wind this because you're at 3.5 minutes? You may not.
Yes, but you said you were going to be generous.
I'm softy, but you're also at 3.5, and we have about 20 other speakers. So how much longer do you think you have?
45 seconds.
Okay, I'll give you 20.
Student board members Hannah and Nathan, you've demonstrated the kinds of leadership that your peers should model themselves after. Last month's meeting was one hell of an introduction to your new roles, but I think I speak for all of the adults who were here that night that we were impressed with your maturity, your composition, your composure, and your strength. I want to be like you when I grow up. I want to remind each of you that the leadership you have isn't about the title you hold. Leadership isn't about the goals that you score, the policies you enact, or the photo ops or handshakes. Leadership isn't really about you at all. It's about those around you and the choices that you make that impact them. If you constantly try and control the mouse, you'll never effectively show those around you how to lead. Your job is to show students what leadership looks like with mutual respect, understanding, and support. Your job is to show this community that you see them for who they are and as they are, not who you think they should be. Your job is not to control those around you, but to celebrate them, support them, and let them be seen. I'll remind you, a good leader never takes the mouse.
Thank you so much for your enthusiasm. Jenna Vitek? Veach. It's still Veach. Okay, got it.
Hello, board members and members of the community. I spoke last month about an issue that we all talked about last month, and my opinion is that I don't want to get into it again, but I did do my homework. So I wanted to let Mr. Weller know I did my homework. Last month, you guys talked about the Brown Act, and I had no idea what you all were talking about. So I have done research, and I have a conclusion and a suggestion that I hope that you will take to heart. First of all, regarding public speaking at a board meeting, we first have to look at the First Amendment, which guarantees free speech. Absolutely support that. Check. The California Brown Act is basically about open meeting laws and about how the board cannot do things in secret and have private little conversations, and that we have the right to speak. Check, check. But it has no explicit verbiage about harassment or bullying in public comments. However, legislative bodies have the authority to enforce decorum. Agencies such as yourselves can create rules and policies to manage behavior during public comments to ensure a respectful atmosphere. And they can warn speakers about inappropriate behavior. So before we spoke today, you mentioned that you're not allowed to speak. And I understand that you can't have a dialogue, but that you do have the right to say, you know, that's inappropriate. We're going to cut this off right now. And you also have the right to say to someone who's being disruptive that they need to leave. And I feel like what happened in August kind of bowled us all over with what happened. But I'm going to suggest that going forward, you might want to follow what we do at the schools. At the schools, when we meet, we create norms for every meeting that we go to. We have to talk about how we're going to treat each other with respect and kindness. And you had mentioned just a second ago about a kind and respectful tone, which was great, but I can't tell you terrible things in a kind and respectful tone and still be kind and respectful. So our norms are things such as we will listen with the intent to learn and work together rather than be divisive. We also have things about the words that we're allowed to use and what we're allowed to say to one another. So I would like to suggest that perhaps we have norms. So I looked at the board policy. And the board policy does have very small amounts of information. It says that any persistent disruption by an individual or group or any conduct or statements that threaten the safety of any persons at the meeting shall be grounds for the president to terminate the privilege of addressing the board. When you have people one after another, making character assassinations, I consider that unsafe because that is mentally and emotionally unsafe, even if it is not physically unsafe, and that's the board policy bylaw 9323, meeting conduct. And then the other one that we found was about, and I finish, I'm so close. Okay, was about employees of the district, and I'm a little unclear about how that affects you guys, because you are the board, so you are an employee, but you don't have to follow the same rules as the schools. But it does say that if somebody is feeling intimidated, hostile, or having an offensive work environment, that you can step in and fix that. So this is my suggestion, that we come up with a list of norms about how you would like people to behave. And when people do not behave that way, you say, I'm sorry, that's inappropriate. And then we move forward together, all together, keeping everybody on track. And last but not least, I also want to be Nathan when I grow up. None of us had to speak last month. We could have just had you come up and talk for us. So I really, really appreciate you. When I work with kids every day, they know how to treat each other with kindness, even when they disagree. And I think we should follow their example. Thank you.
Thank you, Genevieve. I worked on your last name there. All right, we're going to go with Curtis Fitzgerald. I think I got that one right.
Easy name, it's almost unfair. Good evening, thank you for giving me time to speak. My name is Curtis Fitzgerald. My pronouns are she, they. I've lived in Escondido for 25 years. It's good to see Carol's name on the stand here and on the website. I hope moving forward she's going to be treated with dignity and respect. And the previous speaker stole some of my thunder because these meetings, I believe, should follow the non-discrimination policy. Children need a school system that values all people, including transgender people. This is a workplace, literally, and a working meeting should conform to workplace standards. and workplace standards haven't been met here in recent months. Carol, it's good to see you're still on the board. Thank you for standing up for yourself and the community. Thank you for your service. I admire your courage and integrity.
Thank you, Curtis. Next speaker is Paul.
Greetings, honorable board members. And I was very encouraged by Dr. Casas' report on the state of affairs with the scores in the school district. And I think this board is doing a fine job. I just want to commend you and the great work you're doing for the families here. But in general, public schools are in desperate need of reform to get back to the basic mission of helping young people achieve the good life as adults, especially in the area of character development. Today is Charlie Kirk's birthday, who would have been 32. I want to recognize his positive contributions to our educational system. The Antifa assassin of Charlie Kirk came from a normal family, but was indoctrinated in college into supporting dangerous and violent transgender ideology. Charlie Kirk represented the best traditions in America, dialogue and reasoning with those who disagree with him. And I would urge the board to also encourage civil debate and discussion, not only here, but in the classroom. When people stop talking, that's when bad things happen. Divorce, war, violence. Leftist violence needs to be addressed. A shocking number of young leftists support violence to advance their agenda. In a YouGov poll, 42% of young liberals approve of political violence versus 6% of conservative youth. 44% of Gen Z say violence against political officials is never acceptable versus 90% of older boomer generation. Sadly, our neo-Marxist educational system indoctrinates this type of anger and class warfare into impressionable young minds. This needs to stop. Charlie encouraged class cooperation rather than class conflict. The state recently, on another note, has passed an unconstitutional law that violates parents' rights by allowing strangers to kidnap them. AB 495. I would encourage the board's review of this law and how to protect parents' rights who don't enable their child's gender confusion. Leftists offer a soft form of bigotry that enables self-destructive behavior and lying and affirming delusion with toxic empathy by validating the lie. Adults in Escondido need to truly love their neighbors by insisting that our district focus on educating our kids and putting families first rather than the radical left agenda. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And our last speaker on non-agendized topics is Scott Herman. We'll give you more time.
Okay. Good evening. Again, my name's Scott Herman. I'd like to address board member Durney. I don't know you personally. I suspect you are a very kind man, and probably have been, I don't know how long you've been in Escondido, but I'm sure you've served this community well. But people can be good people. There's a saying, you can be sincere, but sincerely wrong. Error in judgment. But Jesus said, all the law and prophets. So basically that's speaking of the whole Old Testament. He summarized them in 2 commandments. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength. That's the vertical. And love your neighbor as yourself. Now, I believe you, Bill, Board Member Durney, you believe you're loving your neighbor as yourself. And on a horizontal level, again, I suspect you're a good, kind, and gentle person. But from the love chapter in 1 Corinthians chapter 13, it says, love does not rejoice in unrighteousness, but rejoices in the truth. So to define what, to say this is hate speech because we are criticizing you is, well, every parent knows that there used to be the old saying when you were spanking your child, this is going to hurt me more than it's going to hurt you. But we know we have to do that sometimes. That's true love, not passing over things that will be destructive to the child. So to have to set as a role model on the school board, this is a destructive influence. And I will tell you the main reason is because to transition at your age is one thing. You had a chance to have children. You're doing this at about my age. But what about these children who transition with surgery or chemicals? They can't go back. What if they change their minds when they I mean, I remember this time period, junior high, late elementary, junior high, high school. It's such a difficult time for children. Their hormones are raging. They're trying to, I mean, there's just so many issues that you have to deal with when you're that age.
Hey, Scott, we're at a minute and a half. You pretty much done almost?
Yeah,
okay.
No, I'm done. Yeah, okay, well, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you for everybody who spoke. Any new cards came in? I guess not. All right, so the public comments section is over. Thank you for all that spoke. I personally thought everybody was polite and kind, so thank you for doing that. I appreciate that a lot. I'm sure the rest of the board does as well. So we're going to move on to section F, Educational Services Division, and F1 was approved on consent, so the field trips were already approved. Item number 2 is adopt Resolution R2025-2026/06 in support of the Red Ribbon Campaign. The Escondido Union High School District is committed in its efforts to provide an environment that is safe, drug-free, and conducive to learning. We believe that advocating and promoting a drug-free lifestyle is a responsibility of everyone. The Red Ribbon Week campaign began in 1985 when drug traffickers in Mexico murdered drug enforcement agent Enrique Kiki Camarera. Californians for Drug-Free Youth, Inc. organized the first week-long statewide Red Ribbon campaign in 1986 to commemorate Enrique's death. The first national Red Ribbon campaign began in 1988, with President and Mrs. Reagan serving as honorary chairpersons. We joined together with our community and those across the country in celebrating this week to raise awareness in the problems of substance abuse and prevention strategies. This week is seen as a springboard for implementing year-round prevention efforts. Each school site has the active chapter of SAD, Students Against Destructive Decisions, or Safe School Ambassadors led by certificated staff member. The advisors at each campus have committed to launching their Red Ribbon activities on October 23, 2025. In addition, each school will be distributing red wristbands for students to wear as public display for their commitment to be drug-free. These clubs will be sponsoring school-wide activities and will be guided by the suggested SAD calendar for fall activities, which include activities related to binge drinking and a focus in November on tobacco abstinence highlighted by the Great American Smokeout. I look forward to hearing the student board members' comments next month on what happened at campuses. As part of the activities, interventions, policies, and procedures that help establish a drug-free atmosphere, we asked the school board of the School Board of Education to join us in endorsing the Red Ribbon Week campaign, October 23 through 31, 2025, through its approval of the attached resolution. So the attached resolution, because my voice is shot, would Vice President Ryan, would you like to read that?
Yeah, this is the PDF, right?
Yeah, that's it. Thank you for helping me out here.
Okay, whereas alcohol and other drug abuse has reached epidemic stages in the United States, and whereas it is imperative that community members launch visible substance abuse prevention education efforts to reduce the demand for drugs, and whereas Californians for Drug-Free Youth Incorporated is coordinating the California Red Ribbon Campaign in cooperation with the National Red Ribbon Campaign to offer our citizens the opportunity to demonstrate their commitment to drug-free and alcohol abuse-free lifestyles. And whereas the Red Ribbon Campaign will be celebrated in every community in America during Red Ribbon Week, that's hard to say 3 times fast, October 23rd to 31st, 2025. And whereas business, government, law enforcement, schools, religious institutions, service organizations, youth, medical, senior citizens, military, sports teams, and individuals will demonstrate their commitment to drug-free and alcohol abuse-free healthy lifestyles by wearing and displaying red ribbons during this week-long campaign. And whereas the Escondido Union High School District further commits its resources to ensure the success of the Red Ribbon Campaign. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Escondido Union High School District of the City of Escondido does hereby support October 23rd to 31st, 2025 as Red Ribbon Week, and encourages its students, teachers, and staff to participate in drug prevention education activities, making a visible statement that we are firmly committed to a drug-free and alcohol abuse-free community. Be it further resolved that the Escondido Union High School District of the City of Escondido encourages all students and teachers to pledge no use of illegal drugs and no illegal use of legal drugs.
Thank you, Vice President. So we need a motion to adopt this resolution, please.
I'll move to approve since I read the whole thing.
Okay, and a second, please.
I second.
Okay, very good. And so back to a roll call vote. So student board member Ibrahim.
Aye.
And student board member Bersamina.
Aye.
Thank you. And board member Knight.
Aye.
Board member Vincent.
Aye.
Board member Durney.
Aye.
Board member Williams.
Aye.
And board member Weller said aye. So the motion to adopt that program, Red Ribbon Week, is approved. Got to move your tongue in the right position there. All right. So thank you all for doing that. You know, it's interesting. I have not heard of any alcohol or drug related crashes in Escondido that resulted in death recently. So it seems like the program is working. So we're thankful for all who are involved with that. All right. I'm going to ask for a board question here because we have a presentation and then a public hearing for the charter petition renewal for Altus, thank you, Schools of North County. So normally we take our break at 8. The thing is that because they have 15 speakers, yeah, with 15 speakers, I didn't want to interrupt it all. So would the board be okay if we took a 5-minute break or a 7-minute break right now? All right, so we'll take about a 7-minute break. We'll see you back here in 7 minutes. Thank you. Got it. All right. Welcome back. We're now going to begin with item number 3, a presentation from Altus Schools North County, which is a charter school. And then that will be followed by speakers during the public hearing on the petition for the renewal. So we welcome Altus and introduce yourself. Let's make sure those mics are working over there. So
sure, I'll see how close I have to set this. Is that too loud?
No, you're great.
All right. Well, good evening, Superintendent Peterson, Board President Weller. My name is Wade Ashbrenner. I have Allison Fleck, who is the Administrator of Instructional Services for Altus Schools North County. Tonight's presentation is designed to give the board an overview of who we are, the students we serve, and the measurable outcomes we've been achieving. Altus Schools North County has been authorized by the Escondido Union High School District since December 12th of 2017. It was unanimously approved on that evening. And we currently serve grades 6 through 12, specializing in supporting at-promise students who are credit deficient, socioeconomically disadvantaged, or in need of a flexible and individualized educational program. Our instructional program is designed and built entirely around personalization. We combine one-on-one and small group instruction with a hybrid program that blends in-person and independent study learning. Each student works on one course per month, ensuring that students get to focus and the support they need. This model allows the students to enroll and graduate year-round, maintaining momentum and preventing the loss of academic progress. Whether a student needs textbook-based instruction, online coursework, or a blended environment, we meet them where they are academically and help them move forward with purpose. Just like the district, at the heart of our school is our teachers and everything they do. They come to Altus Schools with a deep passion for helping students succeed, especially those students who have struggled in a traditional environment. Over the past 4 years, 98% of our students and parents have said that our teachers are highly trained and effective at what they do. Our teachers work on a 12-month contract, giving students continuous access to support throughout the year. We also invest heavily in professional development through programs like San Diego County Office of Ed's Leading Edge certification, which allows teachers to become proficient in online and hybrid instruction. We have our own California Teacher Commission approved teacher induction program so that we can provide further professional development and clear credentials in-house. This commitment ensures that our teachers are always growing in their craft and always able to bring best practices into the classroom. We've been part of the North County community with a resource center at the North County Mall since 2009. And if you recall, AB 1505 changed the way authorization was done for non-classroom based charter schools, which is why we came to the district in 2017. Many of our students also participate in the work experience programs that allow them to apply the real world skills by having a site in the mall. We are proud to have been a consistent, reliable partner for both students and the broader community, helping young people re-engage with education and prepare for meaningful careers by having that mall site. Students who come to us have an academic record that sometimes reflects real challenges, and many have fallen behind on earning high school credits. Serving such a population allows the school to meet Dashboard Alternative School Status, or DAS, with the majority of Altus School North County students facing significant barriers in their academic record. Some other issues that our students face are safety concerns, social issues, and parenting responsibilities, or simply they need a flexible schedule in order to pursue their high school graduation requirements. Meeting the threshold for DAS criteria is important, with the majority of our students being identified. 85% of them are identified as DAS students. On average, the 84% of them arrive credit deficient. On average, they are 2 years behind on English language arts and 3 years behind in math proficiency. Yet despite these challenges, our students make significant progress. The average length of enrollment is about 12 months, showing that once students enroll with us, they stay engaged and complete their educational goals. These numbers highlight both the need for our program within the greater Escondido community and the success we are having in re-engaging students who might otherwise leave the system entirely. Our accreditation and college readiness, Altus Schools North County holds a 6-year clear accreditation term from WASC, which is the highest level granted by WASC. We are also on the UC A through G list, the NCAA list, and the College Board list, meaning our students' coursework aligns with college admissions requirements and athletic eligibility. Additionally, our California Cadet Corps program has received a superior rating from the state Cadet Corps, demonstrating that we build both academic and character development within our instructional approach. Our curriculum is intentionally data-driven and aligned with each student's post-high school pathway. Whether a student is pursuing college, career training, or military service, their learning plan integrates academics, social emotional learning, and career readiness. Teachers use ongoing data analysis to adjust instruction and provide interventions as needed. Every student's experience is tailored to their strengths and challenges, helping them build confidence and competence along their journey. An overview of our school. Currently, Altus Schools North County serves approximately 149 students with a dedicated team of 5 credentialed teachers and 1 educational specialist. This small student-to-teacher ratio allows for deep relationships, consistent mentorship, and true individualization of attention. Our educators know every student's academic plan, their personal goals, and obstacles, and this close connection is what drives the strong outcomes we see in attendance, engagement, and graduation rates. A key point I want to emphasize is that Altus Schools strengthens, not competes with the district, by returning students to district schools. And I also want the board to understand that 45% of our students previously attended a school district outside of Escondido Union High School District. I know many of you drive the I-15 corridor, and we have a large sign out there that advertises for Altus schools, so we were seen by schools within the North County. Many of those students were disengaged or at risk of dropping out of school entirely. By re-engaging these students and helping them complete their high school education, we proudly serve as a resource and partner in ensuring that every student in North County has a pathway to success. Next, I'll turn it over to Allison to discuss student outcomes.
Thank you, Wade. Good evening, everyone. It's good to be here. I'm going to take us through Altus Schools North County progress towards measurable pupil outcomes. Starting with our local assessment results, the NWA MAP assessments is our local diagnostic tool that measures students' growth in reading, language arts, and math. Our students take the assessment in the fall, so they're actually taking it currently to get a baseline in these areas, and then they take it again in the spring to see if they've met their assigned growth target. Last year, 74% of students met their growth target in reading, 82% in language, and 75% in math. Our MOU target with the district is 60%, and the national norm is 50%. So these results demonstrate the strong impact on our personalized learning plan, as well as our instructional supports. Now let's look at chronic absenteeism for Altus Schools North County. To the right, you can see Altus Schools North County chronic absenteeism rate since 2020, shown by the blue bars, compared to the San Diego County DOS average is the orange line, and the state DOS average, the purple line. For this indicator, lower percentages are better, showing fewer chronically absent students. In 23-24, our chronic absenteeism rate was 0%, compared with the nearly 25% countywide and 43% statewide DOS averages. We're projecting another 0% rate for the 24-25 school year, pending the dashboard release. To the left, you can see the factors and strategies to contribute to these strong results. We implement the MTSS process immediately when students show signs of disengagement, which involves our teachers, counselors, and school leaders to provide timed, tiered, timely interventions. And students are also engaged at the Resource Center regularly by providing weekly middle school small group tutoring sessions, virtual math reality lessons, and character and leadership development sessions. Now let's look at our DOS graduation rate. This rate is meaningful because it measures our success since about 85% of our students enroll credit deficient. Often our students need extra time to get to the finish line, whereas the four-year cohort graduation rate doesn't reflect that. To the right, you can see Altus Schools North County DOS graduation rate year over year in the blue columns. And again, comparing those to the county DOS averages and the state DOS averages. In 23-24, our DOS graduation rate was nearly 95% compared to the 75% countywide and 72% statewide DOS average. Our rate has steadily increased as we're projecting 100% DOS graduation rate for the 24-25 school year, pending the dashboard additional reports release. And to the left, you can see the contributing factors to our success in this area. We provide grad counseling sessions, senior pathway workshops, PPEP sessions where we do thorough roster reviews with each teacher, and much more, all designed to ensure that our students stay on track to graduate. Now moving into our ELA plan. This slide demonstrates our English Language Arts CASP outcomes. On the left, you can see a chart that shows the ELA distance from standard as reflected on the California dashboard, where a less negative number indicates a stronger performance. In 23-24, our distance from standard was negative 57.9, which was 65 points higher than the San Diego County DOS average and 55% higher than the state DOS average. Again, meeting our agreed upon metric with the district.
Can you go into a little more detail? I'm so sorry that I'm kind of lost on the negative aspect of it. Can you maybe rephrase that?
Sure. So this is considered distance from standard. So 0 would be the standard and then above standard. So the further you go in the negative direction, the further you are going in the opposite direction of meeting the standard.
So it's
that
worse.
Makes sense. Correct.
So 0 would be good. Minus 285 is really not good.
Right. So negative 123, negative 285 is the worst score on that chart.
Okay. A little confused. Does anybody have any other questions on that one, or I'll let you guys go ahead and continue.
Okay. And then on the right side, this one should be a little less confusing because it's proficiency rate. So our proficiency rate in the 23-24 school year, 29% of our students were proficient in ELA, that was 7% higher than the county and 9% higher than the state DOS rates. According to the recent CDE release, our proficiency increased to 35.4% in the 24-25 school year. That was just released last week. And that shows a 6% release from the a 6% increase from the previous year. Any other questions on that slide? Next, I'll share an overview of our English Learner Plan, which outlines a systematic approach that we're using to strengthen our English learner progress. This slide shows our English Learner Progress Indicator, referred to as the ELPI, which reflects the LPAC results as reported on the California School Dashboard. In 2024, our ELPI reached 60%, meaning 60% of our students showed progress. That was 30% higher than the county DAS average and 28% higher than the state DAS average. And that year, that was a significant jump for us. We jumped 40% from the prior year, which you can see here on the right side, which is the English Language Progress Indicator on the California School Dashboard. Since we do have a small school size, we weren't assigned a school color, but you can see the increase of 40% for that year.
Speaking of school size, approximately how many students fall into the English learner matrix there, 60%?
Last year, we were just under, I want to say around 9 or 10.
Just 9 or 10, okay. And do they have one teacher?
Get a color, we would need 30 and we were under 25.
Okay, under 25. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So looking ahead, our projected LP for the 24-25 school year is 63.6%, reflecting continued growth as a over 3% positive change. So now that we've reviewed the LP data, I want to highlight a few key aspects of our English Learner program that drives this growth. Students access ELD curriculum and instruction. The students are accessing daily asynchronous instruction through a platform called Summit K-12. This is an online platform that aligns ELD standards to students' personalized learning plan based on their English language proficiency level. They also participate in weekly small group ELD sessions in the Resource Center, which gives them the opportunity to practice their listening and speaking around the language in a supportive environment. We also use the Elevation platform, which allows our instructional team to monitor progress and pull reports to guide instruction and interventions, ensuring timely, targeted support. Now moving on to our math plan and math outcomes. This slide highlights our math CASP outcomes for Altus schools in North County. On the left, chart shows math distance from standard. In 23-24, our distance from standard was 38 points higher than the San Diego County DAS average of -193. And 28 points higher than the state DAS average, again, meeting our agreed upon MOU target with the district. On the right, the chart shows proficiency rates. In 23-24, 10% of our students met the standard compared with 6.4% countywide DAS average and 5.2% statewide DAS average. To support growth, we implemented targeted initiatives such as the Math Literacy Summit, which is a full day of professional learning. It actually happened last Friday, professional learning amongst our instructional team and teachers. And it was collaborative in that we were identifying different differentiated instructional strategies and applying them to the student populations we work with.
And here again, it's 11th graders, juniors that take this test.
We have middle school students also take the CASP. 6th, 7th, 8th, and then our 11th graders, correct.
So the comparison schools, just for the board's context, are schools that our students would otherwise probably attend if they did not come to an Altus school. So those are the continuation programs at the surrounding districts in the North County.
We've also implemented the Math Study Group. It's a group of school leaders and administrators that meet regularly to prioritize key concepts and analyze student math data. And then the Math Reality Program, which engages students in interactive real-world math experiences. Now let's look at college and career readiness as reflected on the College and Career Indicator, the CCI. A key strategy in increasing our CCI is our early college credit program, which about a quarter of our students participate in. Through our CCAP agreement with Palomar College, students can earn dual enrollment credits,
and articulated courses. So students are earning free college credit while they're enrolled with us. Combined with the wraparound support services that we offer in collaboration with our college partners, we have a 94% pass rate for these college classes, about 10% higher than the state average for dual enrollment. And on the right, you can see the impact that has had on our CCI in 2024. 25% of our students were college and career prepared. That was a drastic increase from the year prior, a 22.5% increase from the year prior, assigning us a yellow performance level.
At some point, we'll have the state actually explain the colors. I still don't understand it.
A separate presentation. Yeah, we'll come back. Now let's touch on engagement and safety. For engagement, we encourage family participation through multiple platforms and events throughout the school year. We use Parent Square as our form of regular communication with our school community. We also host events like ELAC, English Language Advisory Committee, open house and senior night events to involve parents and gather feedback. We also offer webinars through the Family Learning Series. These are monthly webinars that our families can learn about the different programs and opportunities we offer at Altus. And for students, we hold monthly RISE sessions. Each RISE session focuses on a different health and wellness topic. And for school climate, you can see on the left that parents report 100% safety satisfaction year over year, as reported by the LCAP engagement survey. And we also had a 0% suspension rate, showing that our parents feel very safe with their students in our resource centers and in our program. We also measure students' confidence after they've been enrolled with us. In the 23-24 school year, students reported a 26% increase in confidence to learn and succeed in school within 90 days of enrollment in our program, and that was reported on the Naviance Student Confidence Survey. In terms of overall satisfaction, 100% of parents and students have reported being satisfied with the Altus schools North County over the past 3 years based on the LCAP engagement survey.
Thank you. As you can see by the data, we're one of the top performing DOS schools, not only in the county, but also in the state. In addition to these strong academic outcomes, Altus Schools North County maintains the highest standards for fiscal responsibility and legal compliance. Our financial audits have consistently been clean with no findings. We remain fully compliant with our authorizers requirements, as well as all state and federal educational regulations. The Escondido Union High School District leadership and board can have full confidence that Altus Schools operates with integrity and in alignment with public education expectations. And in closing, I want to thank the board, the Escondido Union High School District leadership team for their continued collaboration and support of our school. Most of all, I want to thank our students and parents who are a testament to what is possible when we work together to provide a flexible, high-quality education to those who are in need the most. Altus Schools North County is proud to be part of the community and to serve as a bridge for some students who may need a second chance to achieve their success. We thank you for your time this evening, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. Your efficiency was demonstrated in the fact that you got through 30 slides in 15 minutes. So
I've got I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
A handful of questions here. So obviously the stats that you shared here are based on the North County school, right? But there are other schools within the Altus, we'll say family, correct?
Correct.
How would you say that the results that you have here compare to the rest of the Altus family school?
I believe our data person is here, but I believe we're in the top 7 if we take it. The only reason some schools are lower than top 7 because of Altus schools would push them out of that number if you count the county-wide. So we're definitely in the top 10 across our family of schools DOS schools. So that's one of the things we pride ourselves with as far as the integration of our processes and systems across our family of schools, is that no matter where you are in the county, we offer a program that matches whatever here is in Escondido, matches the program that we have in the urban core of San Diego as far as support for students in need and personalized education.
And so I liked a handful of the stats. So about 85% of the students arrive credit deficient, right?
Correct.
And the average length of tenure, shall we say, is 12 months. Right. So how many students would you say complete the whole program? Let's say 6 through 12. Is that very common at all?
I don't have a percentage, but we do have some. And Aaron, if you know that.
It's not that it happens because the idea is
Sure.
about
Yeah, I mean, it's really the plan that we consider it a successful transition to have a student come to us for 12 to 18 months and then return to their district school or their neighborhood school. We really provide a safety net, so to speak, so that students can stay engaged with their academic progress. And so that is part of the plan when we talk about their pathway. Their pathway may be to come to us as a sophomore and stay for 12 months and then go back having caught up on credits and become closer to their grade level. That's why we track that student growth within NWEA progress of meeting student measurable outcomes. So as many students as come to us, as many pathways as they have. So
yeah, thank you. And is it common for for some to find, hey, this program's working for me and it's a 12-month program, so can I just crank away through school and graduate early? Is that a
That's an option also. So we do have some students who they want to accelerate for a myriad of reasons. Maybe it's because they want to get into college sooner, or maybe they're some type of a extraordinary athlete or musician and they want to be done with their high school and move on. And we live in a world now that allows you to access educational resources from anywhere on the planet, anytime, day or night, 7 days a week. So we don't want to hold anyone back also.
And thank you. And my last question will be: is the MOUs? Who sets those MOUs? Is that part of our own charter here, or is there somebody else?
So that's in collaboration with the district leadership, and that's one of the aspects of being a dashboard alternative school. Is that's part of the requirements by the state that you meet with your authorizer and develop those student measurable outcomes in conjunction with your authorizer.
I have a quick question. So you teach 6 through 12.
Correct.
And I don't know if anybody on the board here has this answer. So are we also approving the charter for 6, 7, 8, as well as just ours? Okay. So they don't need to go before the elementary district. Okay. All right. Just clarification. Thank you.
And if I have a couple of questions. I'm a proud graduate of a DOS school. We don't use that term when we refer to valleys, so I didn't know I came from a DOS school, but I did. I'm a proud graduate of Valley High School. As someone who did not know what Valley could do for me at that time of my life, I went to Valley reluctantly, because I actually wanted to get out of school at noon every day. So I was like, okay, this is my only path. There was no Altus schools at the time, even though you say you were around since 1994. You weren't here. So we didn't have any other alternative schools. So I went to Valley reluctantly and fell in love with that school. And it's an incredible school. And what we offer to students at Valley, I think cannot compare to what you're offering. So I'm sorry to say that, but I would need to understand why a student would not go to Valley. What would cause a student to say, no, thank you, EUHSD, for offering Valley and everything incredible that it can do for my life, but I'm not going to do that. So I just need to understand when that would happen, why that would happen, what we're doing to make sure that kids are not afraid to go to Valley for any stigma reasons, perhaps thinking Altus has a better reputation. You know what I mean?
Right.
Just help me understand that maybe from both sides.
Yeah, I think having visited Altus, the program is different than what we offer at Valley in the sense that it's more personalized for the individual student. And then the model is hybrid in nature, which we don't offer at Valley. Now, students do have the opportunity to do campus online at Valley. And then through the transition of RTP, there's a portion of independent study, but not like what they have at Altus, where they can come once a week or maybe not at all sometimes. So it's a little different program. And I'll let Altus jump in, but I did visit it and it is significantly different than what we offer at Valley.
Can I ask a quick question? What's the process for evaluating the students when they come into your school? Is there a process that you?
I guess maybe that could piggyback with, like, let's say a kid did come from Valley. What might that conversation look like about a student's attempt to be successful, let's say at Valley or one of these other DOS schools before? And I'm not saying you're going to turn someone away, but help me understand that maybe.
Yeah, so we have an open enrollment program where students can come at any point in the school year, and we do accept courses in progress. So we work with our school counselor to decide, what credits transfer over and what their course plan might be while they enroll with us. And that will, of course, depend on how long they plan on staying with us and how credit deficient they might be. There's no assessments upon enrollment. The assessments that we give regularly are the NWA MAP assessments that I refer to in the fall and the spring. And then we do all the standardized state assessments, the CASP and the LPAC. I'm not sure if that answered your question in terms of assessments.
Yeah, I'm kind of trying to figure out, is it typically parent driven? Maybe their kids need some support there, and is that the reason why, or what's the intent?
To answer your question, I believe it's Board Member Vincent speaking to us.
Yeah, can you not hear me, by the way?
No, I can hear. I can hear you. I just want to make sure I was referring to the right person.
I'm the man behind the curtain, according to Bob.
So one thing that's fortunate about having the public hearing tonight, you'll get to hear from some of our families as to why they did pick Altus schools. They come to us for a myriad of reasons. It is probably parent driven, but it's really a collaboration between what they feel's the right environment for their student and Valley. I don't know the actual academic program there. Some of it is that we have a flexible schedule. Some of it that's one course at a time. Some of it may just mean they need a break from their normal social group that they've gone to school with. Escondido's pretty stable community, and people come here and put down roots and attend K through 12 for a lot of families. And sometimes as kids grow and develop as people, they need a break sometimes. And sometimes that's what just going to a different school setting provides for families. And so I'm looking forward to hearing from our families and students tonight, because they will give you an insight to some of those reasons of why they chose us. But again, just, like all of you sitting at the dais had a different pathway to get to the dais this evening, our students find a different way to get to us.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and a couple of quick questions. I see you've got a total of 148 students. That's grades 6 through 12. How many of those are high school?
I think it's the majority of them, about 120.
Okay, thank you. And about how many are from Escondido?
About about 55% of our student population currently
Okay.
would be district.
And from what I'm seeing, I mean, basically you do have some overlap with like our independent study in Valley High School, but the format and all seems to be a bit different and maybe catches the students we can't. What I'm looking at. Is that
Correct.
fair?
Correct. And I think having the ability to redirect back to the district when they see fit, or if they see fit, that is a tremendous opportunity. I think, you know, for a lot of families, it's a convenient location. Valley's in a beautiful setting, but maybe not the most convenient location for some families as they commute to work. So,
And I saw it's 30 plus students per year coming back to our district too. So I see it as a give and take. So thank you. That's all I've got.
All right. Well, if there's no more questions, what we'll do now is we will start the public hearing and have speakers come forward. So per the guidelines here, the public hearing opened at 8:29, and I will call speakers. Yes. Because we have quite a few speakers, we really are going to be like a hard 3-minute stop. So either speak fast or speak short. All right. The first speaker will be Callie Bella Carlone.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Callie Bella Carlone, and I am a 10th grade student at Altus Schools, North County. From 4th grade through my freshman year of high school, I dreaded attending school each day, constantly longing to return home rather than remain in the classroom environment. Today, I enter Altus with a considerably greater confidence and a genuine enthusiasm for learning and academic growth.
That is not your time.
I made the decision to enroll in Altus due to the challenging circumstances I faced at my previous school, where I encountered severe bullying that dramatically escalated my anxiety levels and negatively impacted my overall well-being. The transition from a small public school to a charter school environment provided tremendous relief and removed a ton of stress from my daily school life. The opportunity to work individually with the teacher has helped me complete assignments faster and understand what's being taught to me. I consider myself fortunate to have been paired with Miss LeBlanc as my teacher. I firmly believe that she provides the ideal support and guidance that I require to succeed academically. At my former school, I was not receiving the appropriate accommodations for my learning needs, nor were school administrators taking proper action to address the persistent bullying situation that I endured. The educators at Altus demonstrate a genuine commitment into ensuring that I receive proper assistance with any academic challenges that I incur. This supporting learning environment has enabled me to concentrate on my studies with far greater focus and dedication. Previously, I struggled to pay attention during class sessions, faced constant disruptions from other students, and as I mentioned, I was not provided with the necessary accommodations to support my learning style. The ability to progress through coursework at my own pace while receiving appropriate guidance when needed has been transformative for my educational experience. As a direct result of my enrollment at Altus, my grades have improved from D's and F's to A's and B's, and I have experienced a significant increase in my overall happiness and well-being. This positive change has reinforced my belief that finding the right school environment is crucial for student success. I ask that you, members of the board, approve the renewal of Altus Schools North County. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, what I'm going to do, hold on one second here. I'm going to call the next 3 speakers. And at the end, if you guys don't mind, like either just one clap cheer so we can get through this or shorter cheering. But the next 3 speakers are going to be Jaylyn, Stephanie Gonzalez, and Valerie Mota in that order. So you guys, I guess you're already in order. Excellent. All right.
Okay, good evening, board members. My name is Jaylyn,
and I'm an 11th grade student at Altus Schools, North County. I've been attending Altus since my freshman year, and I've had an amazing experience that has shaped who I am today. One of the best parts of being an Altus student is being part of the early college credit program. I've taken several dual enrollment classes, and I'm about to begin my 4th college class, nutrition. I've always been interested in health and wellness, and through taking college classes, I discovered that I want to become a dermatologist. What started as exploring different careers has turned into a clear goal for my future. Another reason I love Altus is the flexible schedule. I'm a competitive boxer, and I train several hours each day. The flexibility here allows me to stay on top of my schoolwork and my training without feeling overwhelmed. I really appreciate how my teachers support me in balancing both. I also really value the structure of the program and the work experience program. Currently work at Shoe Palace in the same mall where my school's resource center is located. Because of this setup, I can go straight from school to work. My job helps me support myself and become more independent while also getting real-world skills and experiences that will also help me in the future. Altus has given me so many opportunities to grow academically, personally, and professionally. Thank you for your time, and I hope you'll continue to renew our school so that students like me can keep learning, working, and preparing our futures. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Stephanie, you guys are organized, so good job.
Hello, board members. My name is Stephanie Gonzalez, and I'm a senior at Altus Schools, North County. I've been attending Altus for 2 years now, and I'm so excited to be graduating this year. This evening, I'll be speaking about the ways my life has changed since attending Altus. Before I came here, I'll be honest, I wasn't very motivated by school. I was barely getting by and didn't feel like I was getting much help or support at my previous school. I decided to give Altus a try because a friend of mine attended and recommended it, and I'm so glad I did. At Altus, everything changed. I get individual help from my teachers, and that has made a huge difference. I can focus better here because I'm not lost in a big room. The teachers really know me, and they care about how I'm doing. The flexible schedule has also been life-changing. I work at Old Navy, which is in the same mall as our resource center. After work, I walk right down the hallway to attend class. This allows me to earn money, gain work experience, and stay on track with my school. I've also been taking college classes through the dual enrollment program. One of my college English classes really helped me improve my writing skills. In fact, it helped me score really high on the state English test. By the time I graduate, I'll have 15 college credits, which is a full semester of college already completed, saving me both time and money. I'm taking classes to prepare for my future career as an ultrasound technician and can't wait to graduate this May and continue working towards that goal. Thank you so much for your time and for supporting students like me. I hope you renew our school's charter so that more students can have the same opportunities and success I've had. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Valerie Mota. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Valerie, and I am a 12th grader at Altus Schools, North County. I chose to enroll at Altus at the beginning of 2024 after struggling with my mental health at my previous high school. I dealt with anxiety and depression, which made it difficult to keep up with my grades and attendance. Since joining Altus, everything has changed for the better. Thanks to the flexible independent study schedule, I've been able to challenge myself academically without the pressure of being physically present every single day. That flexibility has helped me not only excel in my classes, but also take care of my mental health. When I come into the Resource Center, I feel comfortable and supported. My teacher truly cares about my success and always encourages me to do my best. Altus has provided so many opportunities and resources that have helped me grow both as a student and a person. Because of the flexible structure, I'm also able to balance a part-time job at the Brighton Collectibles store in the mall, which is conveniently close to our resource center. This allows me to gain work experience while staying on top of my studies. I've also taken advantage of many academic opportunities Altus offers, like dual enrollment college classes, including Reading 100 and Political Science, and also AP US History. This month, I also joined the California Cadet Corps, where I'm learning teamwork and even how to fly drones. I'm proud to say I'll be graduating in May, and I couldn't have reach this point without the support and flexibility Altus offers. Thank you for your time, and I respectfully ask you to approve the charter petition so students like me can continue to thrive and take advantage of all that Altus has to offer. Thank you.
Thank you. Yulcinia? You can help me with your name since I'm so good with names.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Yulissa Martinez and I'm in the 9th grade. I've been an Altus Schools North County student since 7th grade. I'm here to tell you how much this school has helped my learning and my feelings. Before I came to Altus, going to a regular school was really hard for me because of things I do with my family during the week. It was tough to come to school every day at the regular time. I often missed classes, which meant I fell behind. And also the environment of a big school made me feel very anxious and stressed. I knew I needed a different way to learn. I chose Altus because it gave me the flexible schedule that I needed. Switching to independent study changed everything for me. Now I can work at my own speed in a setting that feels peaceful and calm. This has made me way less stressed, worried about school. I'm not missing lessons anymore. Instead, I am focused, learning, and doing well. The difference at Altus is clear. I love the teachers we have here. They are so important to my success. Altus didn't just give me flexibility, it gave me a safe, supportive place where I can concentrate on learning without the anxiety that stopped me before. This school helps students like me keep learning and do great. Members of the board, please approve the renewal of Altus Schools North County. Thank you.
Thank you. Jamie?
Good evening, board members. My name is Jaime Moreno, and I am a senior at Altus Schools North County. I decided to come to Altus so I could really focus on my academics and also have more time to work with my dad. When I first enrolled, I was nervous and I didn't know what to expect. But from the moment I met my teacher, Miss Wang, she made me feel welcome right away, and that helped me feel comfortable and confident about being here. There are a lot of reasons why I like attending Altus schools, but the biggest one is definitely the teachers. They're always supportive, helpful, and encouraging. They've introduced me to so many college classes, career pathway options that I didn't even know about before. Another important skill I've learned about at Altus is time management. The flexible schedule allows me to plan my days, stay organized, and balance my schoolwork with my job. That flexibility has been a big difference in helping me stay focused and succeed. I also appreciate the Altus offers college credit classes. Right now, I'm taking counseling 110 at Palomar College, which is helping me, giving me a head start on my future education, helping me prepare for college level work. Altus Schools has truly helped me grow, stay motivated, and stay on track to graduate this June. I'm proud of how far I've come and grateful for the support I've received here. Thank you for your time, and I'll ask you please to renew Altus Schools North County so students can continue to succeed and reach their goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Alejandro?
Good evening, board members. My name is Rudy Rodriguez. I'm here today to share a little about my amazing son, Luca, who is 12 years old and has truly thrived since our decision to enroll him at Altus Schools North County. Prior to joining Altus, Luca struggled with anxiety and self-doubt in a traditional school setting. It was heart-wrenching to see Luca's potential be impacted by the pressure of a one-size-fits-all approach. After much research, we chose Altus Schools North County because of their commitment and support to the students and their approach to education to meet unique student needs. From day one, we saw a significant change in Luca's demeanor. Luca's confidence has improved under the guidance of Mrs. Hunsaker and Mrs. McKee, who have tailored their teaching methods specifically to meet Luca's unique learning style. The dedication of Mrs. Hunsaker and Mrs. McKee not only made learning enjoyable for Luca, but also removed the anxiety Luca faced each day in class. I remember a moment just a few months ago when Luca completed his first set of courses and Luca's self-worth was undeniable. It was more than just schoolwork. This was a testament to Luca's new belief in himself. The personalized online and in-person tutoring sessions that Altus offers have been invaluable, allowing Luca to grasp the subjects at his own pace while receiving the support he needed. What sets Altus Schools North County apart from his previous school is the nurturing environment where every student's emotional and academic needs are prioritized. Modified education services ensures that every student is equipped with the tools to thrive. For our family, Altus Schools has been a beacon of hope and opportunity for Luca. Altus has empowered Luca to emerge from a place of uncertainty into one filled with confidence and joy in learning. Thank you, Altus Schools North County, for making such a profound difference in Luca's life, as your guidance has been the foundation for his success. I ask you to approve this charter petition. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Gladys? Gladys Medina? And then after that, Miriam Roshan?
Good evening, evening members of the board. My name is Gladys Medina, and I'm the parent of an 8th and 9th grader who attend Altus Schools North County. Both of my children were previously enrolled in traditional public schools during their early education years through middle school. During middle school, my 9th grader was diagnosed with ADHD. After informing her school and providing all necessary medical documentation, I expected she would receive the support she needed. Unfortunately, the school failed to provide adequate assistance, and as a result, she began failing behind academically. This not only affected her grades, but also took a toll on her mental health and overall well-being. Everything changed when we found Altus Schools. Once I informed them of my daughter's diagnosis, they took immediate steps to support her. An IEP was created, and she now receives the help she needs to succeed. She is thriving in an environment where she can work at her own pace and truly comprehend what she is learning. She comes home proud of her accomplishments, and I can see how much her confidence has grown. One of the things I appreciate most about Altus is the flexibility they offer. As a single parent with no outside support and a full-time job, getting my children to and from school can be a challenge. The structure at Altus helps make that possible. In addition to flexibility, the school offers amazing programs and resources, including tutoring in various subjects, small group workshops, and cadet corps, which my children attend regularly. Thanks to Altus, both my children are not only staying on track, but truly succeeding in their education. I am confident that this is the right school for them, and I am so grateful for the support they receive. I ask you, members of the board, to approve the petition for Altus Schools North County. Thank you.
Thank you. Miriam Roshan? And then Kenny Gonzalez.
Good evening, board members. My name is Miriam Roshan, and I'm here today to show my support for Altus North County. I wanted to share my experience over the past few months with Altus with my son Ali, who's currently a 6th grader. As a parent, my goal has always been to provide Ali with a high quality educational experience, one that nurtures both his academic development as well as his well-being. I was specifically looking for an environment that would minimize distractions often found in traditional schools, middle schools, while allowing him to focus deeply on learning. Ali is a kind, intelligent, and empathetic child who has a genuine love for learning. He's particularly passionate about animals, geography, science, and reading. I wanted a curriculum that would allow his autonomy in exploring these interests to help him grow both academically and personally. Mrs. Cruz has been instrumental in this journey. Her consistent support and availability has made a significant difference in keeping Ellie engaged and on track. Her dedication has not gone unnoticed, and we truly are grateful for her efforts. One of the aspects we deeply appreciate about Altus is that the program focuses solely on academics, allowing Ellie to pursue his many extracurricular and social activities outside of school. This separation has created a healthy balance that's been essential for his growth and was a key factor in our decision for Altus. Recently, Ali was invited to join the CLD program, a character building initiative that aligns perfectly with our values. We are thankful for this opportunity, and Ali has been enthusiastic about participating. Although we are still new to Altus community, our experience so far has been overwhelmingly positive, and I ask you to please approve the petition for Altus North County. Thank you.
Thank you. Kenny Gonzalez.
Good evening. My name is Kenny Gonzalez. I've been a student at Altus for 2 years. I came to Altus in 9th grade because I had friends who recommended this school since middle school. I'm glad I chose to enroll at Altus because I struggled to learn in traditional school. Teachers here are very supportive and helpful. They help me understand my homework clearly, and they are a huge reason why I love my school and try hard to reach my goals. My teacher is very patient with me, communicates with me, and supports me in reaching personal goals like getting a part-time job and academic goals like concurrent enrollment and graduating on time. This school is reliable and in the area where I live. Overall, I enjoy being a student here and would recommend this school to many of my friends who struggle and need more support with their learning. For these reasons, please consider Altus School in North County for renewal.
Thank you. Winnie Tucker. And then Naomi Valverde, and then the last speaker will be Rudy Rodriguez.
Members of the board, my name is Winnie Tucker, and I am the parent of Lucas Tucker, a wonderful student here at Altus Schools, North County. When Lucas transitioned to middle school in Escondido, the experience was incredibly challenging. A high student-to-teacher ratio and chaotic environment of a traditional schedule became a huge burden because Lucas, who needed more personalized support with his IEP, simply wasn't receiving the attentiveness he truly needed. Thankfully, our former counselor recognized the issue and highly recommended Altus, having seen other students thrive after making the same transition. Choosing Altus was the best decision we have ever made for him. The difference here is profound. The teachers and staff are not overwhelmed by an unbalanced ratio. This has provided a calmer, safer environment where they can get to know Lucas on an individual level. They show a natural instinct in supporting students like my son. Because of this personalized approach, Lucas now has the confidence and peace of mind to keep on track. This is a place where he continues to build bridges and stride forward. This supportive, focused approach is why I offer my strongest support for this school. Members of the board, please approve the renewal of Altus Schools, North County. Thank you.
Thank you. Naomi Valverde.
Good evening. My name is Alejandro Padilla. I'm the father of Nicholas Padilla. I just want to start by thanking the board for allowing me to speak. Today, I also want to thank Nico's teachers and counselors. Nico was in traditional middle school and was not doing well. He needed extra help in many areas. Now that he's been attending Altus, he has shown a lot of success and been working very hard to complete his work. He has changed so much, and I'm so proud of him. Before, we wouldn't talk much about his school, and now every day I pick him up, he has something to say and how much he loves it. I thank the Lord and Altus for allowing my son to attend his school. I appreciate your time this evening. Please consider Altus School for renewal. Thank you.
All right. Looks like we've concluded all the speakers. Thank you so much. So that there was a Naomi and a Rudy. Anybody else looking to speak? We're good. Okay, great. All right. So during this public hearing, I've been told that we don't vote on it this month, that we vote on it next month. And I was super impressed with the presentation and all the speakers. You got about 9% of everybody involved in the school speak tonight. Before I close the hearing out, is there any questions from the board or any other comments from the board, I should say?
Yeah, sorry,
Go ahead, Dr. Vincent, go ahead.
No problem. I really appreciate it when I see parents come up there and present at the podium. It shows their compassion for their kids, and my hat goes off to them. And I could tell the teachers have the same passion for their students as well as the students speaking. So thank you very much. You represented your school very well. Thank you.
And I just wanted to reiterate, you answered my questions. I can clearly see there is a difference and a need for this type of model for students. Valley is very different. So thank you for helping me, families and school, to understand the differences and the need for so many different types of programs, educational models for kids in our community. Definitely one size does not fit all, and we've learned that more and more over the years. While I'm proud of all of our schools and what we do, and especially proud of Valley, I definitely see a need for what you're doing. So thank you, and you have my support.
I just want to say thank you for the presentation again. And yeah, obviously you guys fill a need that can't be filled by us. So thank you for being there.
I just want to add, I hope all the students got some extra credit for today. Yeah, public speaking, right? I think it's a great thing and a powerful thing for you to do that. Not only just to present in front of a group such as this, right, but also to see how you can make a difference. So again, thank you for all that you do as students and learning and growing within the city of Escondido, however way that you do that. And well done.
All right. Well, thank you all so much for coming. It's 8:53 and we're going to close the public hearing now. And you definitely take a minute here you can take off. We have quite a bit of school board left to do. So thank you for coming. I'll give them a minute and then we'll move on to human resources. All right, so then Section G, Human Resources Division, Sharon Kirpalani. Under this section here, we've got items 1, 2, 3. Hold on, I'm scrolling down. 4 were all approved by consent. So then we're now going to go to item number 5. And it's approve a memorandum of understanding between the Escondido Union High School District and the California School Employees Association, Chapter 219, regarding the implementation of Centegix. Thank you, Centegix crisis alert system for classified employees. You know, it's interesting. I did not learn phonics in LA Unified when I went there, and it really. So I always say it would help if we made sure kids understood that. So with that said, there is a memorandum of understanding and I will hand it off to Mr. Kirpalani.
Thank you, President Weller. Yes, we're pleased to bring this forward tonight. It is a memorandum of understanding that we collaborated with CSCA on the implementation of the Centegix crisis alert system. The system will allow staff through a wearable mobile panic button to discreetly alert designated responders in the event of an emergency, providing real-time location data upon activation. I'd like to thank Rachel Macias, our CSCA president, Juan Vargas, who's the CSCA vice president, Vicki Kim, director of HR, and Amanda Phillips for working collaboratively on this opportunity.
Thank you. And we vote on this? Okay. So can I get a motion before we discuss?
So moved.
I'll second.
All right, and any discussion on this? I will take it that there is no discussion. So we're going to do a roll call vote again. I will put the student board members on the spot and I'll start with you. So Nathan Bersamina, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Hana Ibrahim?
Aye.
Thank you. And then board member Knight?
Aye.
Board member Vincent? We'll come back to David. Board member Durney? Aye.
Hey guys, it's 1:30 here in the morning, so.
Wake up! Board member Williams?
I'm slow on the mic.
Board member Williams?
That's an aye.
And board member Weller is an aye. Thank you all. That passes. And so now, working with our new software here, bear with me. We move to item 6, approve memorandum of understanding between the Escondido Union High School District and Escondido Secondary Teachers Association regarding the implementation. Let's see, we just did that. Is that on here twice? Oh, okay, one's with ESTA. Okay, great. All right, back to you.
Thank you, President Waller. You are correct. This is similar to the previous item. Again, we're pleased to bring this forward. We have worked collaboratively with ESTA on a memorandum of understanding regarding the implementation of the Centegix Crisis Alert System. As I described previously, this is a wearable mobile panic button in which staff will be enabled to discreetly alert designated responders in the event of an emergency, providing real-time location data upon activation. I'd like to thank Anna Katie, the ESTA President, Mike Sovacal, ESTA Grievance Chair, and Joe Gellermini, ESTA Bargaining Chair, and Amanda Phillips, again, for working collaboratively on this opportunity.
Thank you. Can we get a motion to
Move to approve?
Second.
And I would like to say that one thing I did notice in this one is that, you know, teachers will not be evaluated with or without the use of that. So I thought that was kind of good, you know, separate the two so that there's no stress on that. So I also appreciate the district, though, finding like an emergency warning device. So thank you guys for doing the research and finding that very much. All right. So any other discussion? Okay, again, roll call vote, starting with Nathan Bersamina. How do you vote?
Aye.
And Hana Ibrahim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board Member Knight,
Aye.
Board Member Vincent,
Aye.
Board Member Durney,
Aye.
Board Member Williams,
Aye.
and Bob Weller, Board Member Weller votes aye. So that also passes. So thank you for your guys' work on that. As I go back to the scrolling here, bear with me. So item number 7, adopt resolution R2025-2026/07, adoption of the PARS Supplementary Retirement Plan and associated PARS agreement for the administrative services. Since the board is familiar with this, I'm not going to read all of that. People can read it online if they want, so I am going to hand it off again to Mr. Kirpalani.
Thank you. Again, this is a resolution that we're asking the board to adopt tonight. As you've shared, this is something that we're familiar with. This is us working with PARS, which is the Public Agency Retirement Services, to design a supplementary retirement plan, which is a retirement incentive offer that may encourage eligible employees to retire or separate from service. The goal of the program is to generate savings by increasing the number of retirements in the 25-26 school year. The SERP, or the Supplementary Retirement Plan, as proposed, would provide participating employees with a monthly benefit provided by 85% of their final year salary paid into the plan over a 5-year period. The program will allow the district to offer the plan to each employee group, conduct enrollments, analyze the participation, and elect to move forward or cancel the program, depending on the participation and overall projected savings or cost of the program.
Very good. Can I get a motion?
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? All right. Back to Hana Ibrahim. How do you vote?
Aye.
Nathan Bersamina.
Aye.
Board Member Knight.
Aye.
Board Member Vincent.
Aye.
Board Member Durney.
Aye.
Board Member Williams.
Aye.
And Board Member Weller, aye. So that also passes. So then we move down to item number 8, addendum to initial proposal from the Escondido Secondary Teachers Association to Escondido Union High School District for successor agreement 2025-2026. Back to you, Mr. Kirpalani.
Thank you. This is an informational item. This is an addendum to the Escondido Secondary Teachers Association June 17, 2025 initial proposal for successor negotiations for 25-26.
So just information only, no voting. Okay.
That is
If
correct.
anybody wants to discuss it or have more information, there's a link there to click on. With that said, moving on to number 9, receive the Williams report for first quarter 25-26, July through September 2025. Here again, it's just to make sure that the district is fully, has all the, help me, my voice and my mind are gone. Just all the, like the hardware, books and things like that we need to run the district correctly, correct?
Yeah, so thank you. Yes, on a quarterly basis, we are required to submit a Williams report to the San Diego County Office of Education and to our board. as you were discussing or saying. It's designed to identify any complaints under the Williams settlement regarding instructional materials, facilities, teacher vacancy, and misassignment. I'm happy to report we did not receive any complaints.
Great. And we're voting on this? Information only. Very good. We'll move into section H, Business Services Division. Item number 1 was approved on consent. Item 2 was on consent. 3, 4, 5, and 6 were all on consent. So I guess currently for Amanda, we don't have anything. While we are on that topic though, I did receive a phone call, and maybe you could check into this for me. I guess there's a theater group that meets at Kit Carson Park, and that theater group is being booted out by the city. I'm not sure why. And they're looking for a space for the theater group to meet. And so who would be the best contact at the district here to reach out to by that district to see if we have any extra space or time?
They actually don't need to reach out to anybody. They can go on our website, Facilitron, and they can look at all the theaters for all the schools and find whichever one meets their needs and what available dates. But if they really do want a person, Jose in our risk management, he's oversees facilities. So, but again, our website under risk management, facility use is where they would go.
UHSD.org.
Risk management.
Facilitron.
Facility use, yeah, and they'll find Facilitron there.
Okay, facility use, Facilitron. Great. All right, well, good. One more thing people are being replaced by. All right, so then we're going to move on to district operations, and we're going to be by student board members. Thank you so much for coming. Appreciate all your time. And so the first one is adopt recommended revisions in board bylaw 9100. And board bylaw revisions are being recommended as requested by the Board of Education prior to the board meeting. BB 9100 is before I ask for the motion to. Okay, thank you very much. All right, so then the first speaker will be Liz and Sherlock. There we go. Welcome back.
Thank you. Good to be here. Right. Good evening, Board President Waller, Superintendent Peterson, members of the board and cabinet. My name is Liz Sherlock. I come to speak in support of the board rotation policy that's been in use since 1994. I've lived in Escondido for 20 years. I've had at least one kid at Del Lago Academy since 2021, and will continue to have at least one there till 2030. EUSD, the elementary district, also uses a rotation policy. So I only learned 2 years ago that wasn't the norm in other school boards. So for a board made of nonpartisan positions, I think the rotation makes sense. I think it's fair, giving everyone a chance to serve as board president and acquire the experience that comes from that role. I think it creates a stronger and more cohesive team when everyone takes a turn in each position. I think voting on each other's roles each year will create a division in the board that you've avoided by having a level playing field. As a voter in the district, since we've moved away from at-large voting, I only get to vote for a single representative on the board. And I believe that my representative should have an equal chance at serving as board president as everybody else's representative. The only reason I can see to change how board officers are chosen is to prevent some members from serving as board president. I think that's unfair to the voters who have chosen the representative. If there's some level of attendance that you think is required to serve as board president, please write it into your bylaws. I think those concerns are valid, but I urge you to please keep the rotation policy in place and continue to allow each board member to serve in all roles on the board. Thank you.
Thank you. And then TJ Muser. Oh, yes, I got it right. Muser.
Sorry, it's TJ Musser, actually.
Okay.
We're close, but
I'll get there.
Good evening, trustees. I'm TJ Musser, and the current bylaw 9100 on organization with its rotation policy, in my view, is actually one of the fairest and most transparent governance models in the region as far as school boards are concerned. It ensures that every trustee, regardless of political alignment or popularity, has the opportunity to serve as either president or an officer in turn. This system prevents factional infighting and power concentration, and it keeps the focus where it belongs, on the students and not on internal board politics. It helps promote teamwork, equity, and stability, and every trustee knows that their time will come. No one ends up having to campaign or curry favor for a title. The proposed revision would replace this proven system with an open election model, and that invites favoritism, backroom deals, and instability. Instead of unity, it'll create an incentive for division, and instead of fairness, it will create winners and losers. And instead of predictability, it creates confusion because the new language, if you actually take a closer look at it, is pretty vague, incomplete, and it lacks the clarity of the current policy. This is more of a rollback than anything else. It removes details without replacing them, and it leaves key questions unanswered. These are rhetorical for you, but such as what's the process for nominations? What happens in the event of a tie? And who presides over the vote if the current president is a candidate? How will equity and rotation be ensured going forward is another one. The current model, where each member moves through the offices in turn, is a model that should actually be uplifted across the state, in my view. It reflects fairness, collaboration, and respect for democratic governance, and the very values that public education depends on. I'm here to ask you to not adopt this change and to keep the rotational leadership structure in place. It's a system that works and one that other school districts should aspire to. Thank you.
Thank you. And the final speaker will be the esteemed Mr. Sovakol. After 2.5 years, I think I got it. Sovakol.
All right, I'm going to start with the question I asked last month that I don't think was answered. What problem are we attempting to solve with this change? And that's a question I asked the district at the bargaining table when they pass across things that I wonder, why are they proposing this? And I asked them, and you can ask them that to check, what problem are we attempting to solve? Because if we're affecting change without attempting to solve a problem, there's a good chance that in the disguise of solving problems, we're creating problems. And anyone who's watched the last couple board meetings and who's now listening now and looking at the board and looking at them wanting to change how they elect their president might think that there's some reasons that aren't valid to the public for why we might want this change. And so at least Mr. Vincent, wherever you're at, if you're still there, the man behind the curtain, Wizard of Oz, you represent me on this board in TA5. And so I'm asking you humbly, kindly, please vote no on this change because no one has brought any evidence to the public that there's a problem that we need to fix with this new board policy or revision to the bylaw. So please, all of you, especially Mr. Vincent, since you represent me, Ms. Knight, Ms. Durney, Mr. Williams, Mr. Weller, although I think I know how you're going to vote, please vote no on this change. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike, very much. All right, so from here, I need a motion so we can discuss it, please.
I'll make a motion to approve.
And a second. I'll second it. And now we can discuss the bylaw change. David, just want to make sure you're still there, correct?
Yeah, it's like 1:45 here.
Okay, well, we're here till 2, so.
That's fine. I have a lot to say about this. So
would you like to start? Why don't you start then?
No, I'm not going to start. We follow the sequence.
Okay, Board Member Knight, if you would like, or whoever.
Sure, I'll begin the sequence. Last month I did express some comments and
I don't need to reiterate them. I will be supporting this item. I absolutely respect your comments and your position on this, all three of you. And for anyone else that may disagree with my vote today, I apologize if I've let you down in any way, but I feel very strongly about this vote, and I will be supporting this change. I would like to see no board member serve more than 2 consecutive years in the same office. So I would like to see that number added in as no board member shall serve more than 2 consecutive years in the same office. Unless it's member, of course, because, but I'm assuming those positions are considered president, vice president, as far as the 2-year
Clerk.
and clerk. Okay.
As the maker of the motion, you want to add?
Yes, as the maker of the motion, I would
Amend it.
amend the policy. I would like to see the policy adopted as written to include no board member shall serve more than 2 consecutive years in the same office.
Very good.
As the seconder, I think you do need to.
I will second. Yep. All right, Trustee Durney.
What about Trustee Vincent? He's next.
Okay. Trustee Vincent?
Does there have to be a rotation?
No,
In terms
no.
of how we talk about it?
You can go next.
Well, I think you all know how I feel about this. I believe that I've always admired the policy that we do have because, as we've already heard, it creates an element of fairness. I don't think we need any additional factions created, backroom deals, potential of favors, as Mr. Musser explained to us. I believe all of those, changing the policy to have each other vote on ourselves and our leadership, just creates that additional element of potential distrust within the team. I don't like the need to add any additional reasons for distrust because there's no need for it. And I believe while we are all elected to support our own specific districts and areas, I believe that we are a team, right? Whether it's the 5 of us and the rest of the cabinet to go with it. And so I believe supporting the team is extremely important in developing each other and giving everybody the opportunity to serve. Like I said last month, makes each of us think differently about the role that we serve. As I mentioned, I kind of went down the list. Bob, I believe you think differently about your role having sat in that seat. And Christy, having sat in it twice, right? I believe you probably think differently as well. And the same here for Carol too. So I believe as a team and as an organization, everybody should have that opportunity to make themselves a better board member and to help lift the board itself. So those are my reasons. They haven't changed necessarily. And I do agree with all the comments that have been shared, whether it's today or throughout the last month in various ways. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you.
And what I was going to say, I mean, I would, just 2 years ago, we sat here as a group, the 4 of us here, we all agreed that this was the best policy. 2 years ago, Christy, you agreed. Same with you, Bob. Now all of a sudden I'm concerned that, if we switch to a different way of doing it, maybe someone with an agenda or maybe an ego who wants to be president and wants to have control. Now all of a sudden we're going to have a different board than what we've been doing in the past, where things have been fair and we all share the responsibilities. So I'd hate to see someone take over the board. And even though you do a 2-year time limit, hey, if you've got 3 board members who vote together, those 2 board members can be vice president and president for the next 5 or 10 years, as long as they're here. That is not fair at all. What we've had has been working well for 30 years. It's been called the gold standard by many people, and there's a damn good reason for that. It works, and people, it's fair, and it gets rid of the politics out of this. And we are not supposed to be dealing with politics. We're dealing with education. We're dealing with students. So yeah, I'm sticking with the old policy. So you all know where I'm at on that, obviously.
Thank you. Trustee Vincent.
Yeah, I just want to start by saying there are two people on this board that are my mentor, Trustee Gurney and Knight. Trustee Gurney, you are one of the main reasons I ran for this position, because during one of the board meetings I attended, you were president at the time and somebody called you a racial slur WS word, which I was floored to hear. However, you handled that insult very professionally, and I respect you for that. Trustee Knight, you were very knowledgeable and experienced. You always bring the receipts. Both of you are very experienced, and I'm always learning from both of you. You guys are my mentors, as I mentioned, and I appreciate everything that you do. I want to address the decision on whether to continue rotation from the board, vice president, and clerk, or move to a direct election. Well, first I have to say I'm generally still on the fence about this. My initial thoughts were to give the current board members an opportunity under the existing rotation. However, after reading a most recent article, I need to be clear. I will not allow narratives or political spins to influence my vote. The suggestion that politics or policy and discussions is preventing a particular member from serving is simply not true. I was not on this board during the 2023 voting to maintain the rotation process. 1 minute I was there, the next minute I wasn't. So we all know that history. Over the past year, this board has been systematically reviewing and updating our bylaws, many of which were written in the 1980s and the 1990s. That effort was been broad and thorough, covering dozens of policy, and yet it's interesting that others are making this out of something else. It's important to our community to understand and discuss this isn't about personalities or identity. It's part of our ongoing work of aligning our policies with the best practice used by other districts across this country and state. Because of that, I will be voting in favor of holding an election of these leadership positions, and this is how democracy works. This decision about good governance and transparency and what's best for our students and our communities is not politics, not ideology, and certainly not media narratives. Finally, I want to make something else clear. I didn't run for this position to seek a title. I served on this board as a parent, an educator, and a public health professional, committed to doing what's right for students and the families across Escondido. My decisions, and this is very clear why I want to do this, okay? My decisions are guided by principles, not by pressure, and that's how I've always led, and that's how I always want to lead. Regardless of tonight's outcome, I want to reconfirm my commitment to working collaboratively with every member of this board, our students, and every member of our students and community deserve a team that leads with respect, integrity, and unity of purpose. And that's all I have to say on that.
Thank you, Member Vincent.
I just want to clarify one thing and possibly throw out a correction here in that this item was not brought about by a regular update to bring things up to code. We have been doing quite a bit of that, but that was not why 9100 was brought up.
That's correct. This was actually a request by the board president to make the change, not a routine change.
Correct.
Plus, the changes we've been making have been to make corrections to and bring things in line with things. The current method we have is one of the two that CSBA says is acceptable. So this is not changing and bringing it into line. This is making a change for a personal reason, in my opinion, because I've got a person who was here 2 years ago and said, this is fine. And now 2 years later says, I want to be in charge again.
Sounds good. I'm going to call the roll for the vote. If you're in favor of the change, say aye. And if you're opposed, say nay. Board Member Knight,
Aye.
Board Member Vincent,
Aye.
Board Member Durney,
Nay.
Board Member Williams,
Nay.
and Board Member Weller is aye. That passes, and so we'll now move on to the next bylaw board adoption here. Item number 2, adopt recommended revisions in Board Bylaws 9140, and this is recommended on changes in state law and recommendation from the California Boards Association. Board representatives, Superintendent, do you want to kind of give a little bit of a...
Yes, this particular bylaw was adopted by the board on March 15th, 1994. It hasn't been reviewed since then. I frankly don't understand the existing language. It seems to have nothing to do with board representatives in the sense that every other district in the county has for this particular item. So what I put in is the CSBA recommended language, which is in line with the rest of the school districts in the county. And it primarily covers how we appoint board members to serve on other types of committees, like the city council education subcommittee, for instance. This would kind of govern how we select board members to serve on that. The board representative is about.
All right, thank you. Can I get a motion so we can discuss this, please?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. Any comments?
I could give just a general example of another instance where this may come into play. I currently serve on the board for Escondido Education Compact. I love serving on that board. However, if one of you ever wanted to serve on the board, on that board, you could apply this bylaw 9140 to then appoint an individual, let's say, to serve as a member of the Escondido Education Compact Board. That's really the only one that I am aware of where we have like a seat on a board as a school board. So that's the one example I can think of.
Very good.
We do have a it's not a school board member though. Actually, forget it.
No.
I was going to say something else, but different subject.
Okay.
Any other comments? All right, going to call the roll vote, and here again, aye to approve and nay to not approve. So Board Member Knight.
Aye.
Board Member Vincent.
Aye.
Board Member Durney.
Aye.
Board Member Williams.
Aye.
And Weller is an aye. Moving to item number 3, adopt recommended revisions in Board Bylaw 9222, Superintendent, Board Bylaw revisions. Let's see, this one relates to resignation. Would you like to summarize?
Board last reviewed this one in 2019. So we were just bringing forward suggested changes in the wording and language, suggestions by the California School Boards Association.
Very good. A motion so we can discuss, please.
So moved.
A second? I'll second. All right. Any discussion on this? I guess I should read it closely because I'm sure there's many people that want me to resign. However, I'm in favor of amending this. So unless there's any further discussion, I'll call the vote. And if you're in favor of this, you are aye. And if you're opposed, you're nay. So Board Member Knight.
Aye.
Board Member Vincent.
Aye.
Board Member Durney.
Aye.
Board Member Williams.
Aye.
And Board Member Weller is an aye. So that passes. And let's see here. Moving down to number 4, adopt recommended revisions in Board Bylaw 9223. And here again, filling vacancies.
Yes, this board bylaw was last reviewed, adopted and reviewed by the board in 2010. And since that time, there have been numerous changes in the law, the government code, and the ed code regarding what constitutes a vacancy on a school board. And there's also been numerous changes with regard to the methodologies by which a board can go about filling a vacancy. So this is updating the policy simply to be in line with the law.
Very good. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
And
Second.
thank you. Any discussion? No discussion. I'll call the roll. Board Member Knight.
Aye.
Thank you. Board Member Vincent.
Aye.
Board Member Durney.
Aye.
Board Member Williams.
Aye.
And Board Member Weller is an aye, so that passes. Thank you for doing that, Superintendent. And then number 5, adopt recommended revisions in Board Bylaw 9324 and regarding minutes and recordings, Superintendent.
This bylaw was originally adopted in 2009 and has not been reviewed since then. The way we record minutes has changed over the time, especially with audio and video and everything else. And there's also been some changes in the law and so changes in CSBA's recommendations for how we go about maintaining the minutes and recordings of our meetings. So this is just bringing us up to date with the law and CSBA recommendations.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a motion, please?
I'll move to approve.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? All right, Board Member Knight, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vincent,
Aye.
Gurney,
Aye.
Williams,
Aye.
and then Weller is an aye. That also is approved and carries. And it looks like we come to board member reports and comments.
We have a first reading.
Oh,
Number 6.
sorry, I missed that one. Thank you. First reading of recommended revisions in Administrative Regulation 5131.6, Education Services. Superintendent, is that you or?
I can take that one.
Okay, Dr. Casas.
So first read to coincide with Red Ribbon Week resolution reflects recommended changes from CSBA to drug and alcohol prevention and intervention measures taken by the district, also updates ed code.
Thank you so much. So it is a first read, so there is no vote. Any discussion anybody would like to have on this? Bless you.
Dr. Casas, can you repeat what you said about the red ribbon? It's so hard to say. Red
Say that
ribbon
3 times real
week.
fast.
Is there any relation to that, or is it?
No, it's just a coincidence.
Okay.
Just a coincidence, that's all.
That's what I just wanted to clarify.
It's thematically consistent. Good
That's
time
right.
to bring it.
So it looks like it's tied to Safety Code 11032. That's a health and safety code. That's is that a Department of Education or a state?
There's several things. One of the main components is that it requires that drug, alcohol, and other illegal narcotics and the dangers of those are formally covered in the health curriculum, which we already do in our curriculum.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other comments? All right. With that said, we are now down to board member reports. David, since it's late, do you want to go first or should I have board member Knight go first?
No, I'll go first.
Okay.
I just want to make a couple of, I typically read it quite frequently on our district and how well we perform in that. And I'm proud to share that Escondido Union High School District is ranked among the top 10 school districts in San Diego in the niche 2026 Best Schools and District Report. This honor reflects incredible work by our teachers, staff, cabinets, and students and support of our community. We're proud of this milestone and we're not going to stop there. We're going to continue with the board to push Escondido High to #1. So I'm very proud of that. Secondly, I want to just say that when I ran for this position, I had no intention whatsoever of titles. That's not important to me. I want to make that perfectly clear. Titles to me doesn't mean anything. What important to me is that we do the best we possibly can as board members to ensure and enhance our educational system, support our teachers, support our students, and support our community. That's all that's important to me. So any of these titles, I do not care about. It doesn't matter to me. It's not important to me. That's what I'm going to say. And thank you so much. And
Thank
good
you.
night. I'm going to fall asleep.
Hey, night, David. Board member Knight.
I know it's late, so I'll keep it short, but thank you to those that are still in attendance as always, and those listening online. It was good. We had a large turnout this evening. I was pleased to see Altus schools and hearing from the students, having approved that charter many years ago and not having them come back before us until now. And it leaves you with a lot of questions, but I am really pleased with their work. Other than that, really enjoy having a high school student. It's been fun to actually be on our campuses a little bit more and attend some of the sports events and all of that. So I just look forward to being an involved parent. So with that, thank you and see you all next month.
Thank you. Board member Durney.
Sure. Well, we're all back to school now, and I'm happy to be back on campuses. I visited Orange Glen for the Patriot Cafe this month, and we went to back to school nights. I was at Orange Glen, Valley, San Pasquale, Del Lago, Escondido Adult School. The only one I missed was Escondido High, so sorry guys, I'll be there next year. And then I just want to tell everyone, which I know John's going to tell us, but Pumpkin Fest is this weekend.
Yes.
That's my report.
I'd say on my side again, just another congrats to all the Altus students who got up and gave their presentations. I really appreciate all the hard work that they did in prepping for that. And again, as I said before, the memory and the learning from actually coming and making a difference, similar to the students who came, I believe it was last month, about the ag program for San Pasquale. So I really appreciate seeing the great things that our students can do and are able to achieve, because they can do those great things, and I love being able to be a small part of watching them do that. So with that, it's late, and I will pass it on.
Thank you. Just want to thank the boarding cabinet for all your guys' hard work. I really do see the ship turning in the last couple of years. I've noticed that, everybody has come out of like the COVID hangover, which was devastating to all of us and our kids. And I see kids healing mentally and just performing better in school. And Dr. Casas, you had the very difficult situation of getting in that position, and COVID hit. And, schools are effectively closed in California for 2 years. And, it was very difficult. So thank you for sticking with it and making the turn. I do see good things going forward. The only thing I would leave it with is it looks like our one little dais didn't make it. No one wanted to use, well, the presentation did. So we'll see if we bring it back next month. But outside of that, it's an honor to serve as your president. All right. To you, Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you. Last month, I had the privilege of participating in the Grape Day 5K alongside Team EUHSD. It was inspiring to see so many of our students, staff, and board members come together for this community event. The enthusiasm and teamwork on display truly reflected the strong spirit of unity that defines our district. As of last week, as Member Durney mentioned, all of our school sites successfully hosted their back-to-school night events. Each one was well attended and provided families with valuable opportunities to connect with teachers and staff as we embarked on a new academic year. I want to extend my sincere appreciation to our board members and cabinet who joined me in visiting campuses and engaging with families during these important evenings. As we move further into the fall, I encourage everyone to keep an eye out for the many annual school and community events happening across the district, such as the Pumpkin Fest this Saturday at Escondido High School. These gatherings provide wonderful opportunities to celebrate student achievement, nurture school pride, and strengthen our partnerships with the broader Escondido community. This week, we recognize the Week of the School Administrator. I want to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of our administrators for their leadership, dedication, and unwavering commitment to supporting our students, staff, and families each and every day. Your work truly makes a lasting impact. And finally, I want to offer my congratulations once again to our summer graduates being honored this evening. We are immensely proud of their accomplishments and wish them continued success in all that lies ahead. Thank you.
All right. So then, all right, dates to remember, November 7th, end of the grading period. Also on November 11th, Veterans Day, all school and DSC is closed. November 18th, 2025, regular board meeting of the Board of Education. Closed session starts at 5, open at 6, and we'll be right back here. And I don't know if there's any remaining public comments.
There are none.
There are none. However, we do need to return to closed session. So after closed session, we will report back out here. But the audience, you're free to go. And thanks for attending tonight.